I really have to get the mute button on my Stream Deck, but I still haven't figured out how to do that with this this computer. But anyways, welcome. It's Friday the 16th of May, and we're here doing a part 2 of Case Files. I've been thinking about this game for since we played it the first time a week ago. I actually switched the game that we were supposed to play it this week, which was Banishers, to next week because I just felt like it was weird, like breaking it up over to like 3 weeks. So I just switched it so that we could play it over 2 weeks. And while it was still relatively fresh in my mind, although I am grateful to myself that I took notes, because I was like, I kind of fuzzy on the details, and I'm pretty sure that we won't be able to go back and kind of do a recap. So I will do a recap for those that don't know at all what's going on, although I don't really know if anybody really cares, but I will do it mainly for my sake, to try and make sure that I understand what's going on in this game. Anyways, the game I'm talking about is called Case Files Behind Closed Doors. It's a detective FMV game where you're essentially viewing sort of interrogation footage, and you kind of piece together what happened to this poor guy who ended up deceased in his home. We don't know if it was by his own hand or by someone else's, and so that's kind of what we're trying to figure out here. But before we get to that, I think we should say hello, debrief about life this week. What's going on? What's shaking? Yeah. So this past Monday, I think I told you guys that I was filming on Monday, and it was probably, well, I mean, I've been on many well-run sets, but this is like up there is probably one of the best, in that it was a true 9 to 5 day, which was great. I mean, I think the other one that I did earlier this year was also a very close to 9 to 5 day, which was wonderful, like truly great, that I was able to, like, you know, basically have like a work day where I'm going to set and getting my makeup done and hair and whatever, and waiting a little bit, and then going and doing my scene, and but that was just one scene. If I were there for multiple scenes, then it's a different story, but that was one scene that took my entire day. So I really feel for the people that had, like, the lead, who was, well, she was not the lead, but she's one of the series regulars, had like 5 scenes that day. So I couldn't even imagine what her day was like. I think when I was looking, I was like, oh my God, her day started at 4:30 this morning. And I can't even imagine like how late she was going to be there for the rest of the day. So, and it was interesting too. I mean, I think I can share this, although maybe I shouldn't. But anyway, there was just somebody that ended up being in our scene that I didn't realize was going to be in our scene. He ended up being like somewhat like have some notoriety, like someone that was well known, and I'm like, oh, and this has happened to me a few times where I've been in productions where there are like semi-famous or very famous people that I don't know who they are. And it makes me feel really like, oh man, I'm such a loser. I'm like, I don't know who this is. And people are like, oh my God, it's you. I'm like, yeah, so that was interesting. But yeah, like, it was a weird situation where everybody knew, like, and again, like I've said, it's happened to me before, not many times, but a few times, where there's somebody that's like super well known or famous or whatever, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So that was it was a good it was a good experience, a very good experience. And the girl, the woman, the woman in my scene, one of the series regulars was super super nice, like really really wonderful. And it was weird because, and also the other show that I did earlier this year, um, just getting to see like celebrities or people that you've like seen on TV or like on red carpets or whatever, when you see them in the flesh, it's so strange because it's like it's like you're still viewing them through a TV and they're not real people, but they are real people and they're just like you and I, right? And it's very strange. So I was like, oh, this is awkward, or not awkward, but like strange. And but she was very, very, very nice. And yeah, yeah. Anyway, so I wish I could speak more eloquently about it without giving it away. But one day I will be able to maybe one day speak about it a little bit more freely. But at the moment I cannot. But it was a really great experience. So I was actually really afraid that it wasn't going to be a great experience. So, and yeah, just because like the show that I did before this one, I was feeling so not so confident and didn't really have a great experience, I think, overall. But I think that was more to do with me than anything. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, it was a great experience and it was a good day. So that's, but then like my day job was like annoying for the rest of the week. So I was like, ah, man, can't have all good all the time, right? I guess. Anyways, I hope everybody had a good week this week. And yeah, let me know what's going on with you. What's exciting? What's great? What's good? It's a happy long weekend. It's a long weekend for me, anyways. For here in Canada, I don't know about in the U.S., but yeah. What am I doing? I have nothing. Oh, that's not true. Actually, I'm taking photos on Monday, so that's good. This brand or this store reached out to me, and they're like, "Hey," they're Canadian, based in Canada. They're like, "Do you want to take pictures for us?" I was like, "Yes, I do." So that's happening on Monday, which is exciting because, yeah, that's all I'm doing, and I'm gonna clean and be a loser otherwise. Actually, that's not true. I have a vlog that I need to edit that needs to be out like by next week because the movie that I'm going to be in is coming out next week on February. Wow. On May 23rd. It's called Fear Street Prom Queen and it is out on Netflix. I'm in it for, I hope, maybe they cut me out, which would be great. Like I'm like promoting it and I get cut out, whatever. If you recall, there are 3 other Fear Streets that came out. There was the original Fear Street something something. Then there was 77, I believe, and there was a third one. I didn't see the other 2. I saw the first one that came out, which was actually, I was like, this is really good. Actually, it was really really wonderful. So this one is the Prom Queen, and I think I actually remember reading Prom Queen because I loved the Fear Street books as a kid. So it's kind of cool that I was able to be in this film. Well, hopefully we'll be in this film at some point. Who knows? They might cut me out. I have no idea. But I'm saying that it is going to be out next week. So that'll be great. Do check it out if you're into that kind of thing. Just check it out anyways, even if I'm not in it. But yeah, so I did do some behind the scenes stuff, so I'll have to wait until actually the film comes out before I can release that. And kind of not, and like it's just basically me and like my trailer and me and my outfit and whatever, and that's it. But that's that. So let's say hello to who's in chat. We've got Wave Cave. Hey girl, what's up? Jaden's here. Welcome, Jaden. Trave. Trave is here. Trave, what's up, Trave? Trav, what's going on? Thank you for the resubscribe. It's 76 months. My God, 76-month streak even. Thank you very much for your support and being awesome. Wavekid says it's currently thunderstorming hard in Mechanicsville. Yeehaw! Yeah, let me tell you, last night too, I knew that it was going to thunderstorm, but it woke me up last night. I was like, what is happening? It was just like, yeah, we're getting close to summer. It's I feel like storms are just going to get worse as climate change takes us over and things, it's just storms, weather's just going to get worse. We'll just become like Jupiter and have 300-year long hurricanes. It'll never stop. We'll be dead by that point, so it's fine. But anyway, Alder's here. Welcome, Alder. Jaden says the last live stream was super cool. Glad you had a good time. I saw the recent VOD you posted on YouTube. Great. Glad you did. Wave says our long weekend is in 2 weeks. Oh, okay. What is it for you guys? Is it Memorial Day or something? I don't know. Oh, I don't know what you celebrate. I don't even know why we celebrate what we celebrate here. It's so dumb. But it's a day off so for most people here, I think. I think it's a stat holiday here. I don't know. Whatever. I think we're celebrating the Queen's birthday. Not even like Queen Victoria, like the Queen from 1,000 freaking years ago. Not 1,000. From maybe 200 years ago or something. Celebrating her birthday like we give a shit about her. But anyway. Babe says, oh my God, you might be in First Street. That's so cool. I saw ads for it. I'm definitely going to watch. Yes. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be awesome. So, and there's some really good actors in there. So definitely give it a watch. Jaden says, never seen the First Street movies. Never really cared for them. They're actually quite good. I would give it a watch. Elwood's here. Welcome, Elwood. What's the best movie you've seen lately or recent? I haven't really. I've been really bad. I haven't been doing much watching of movies or television, which is bad. I should be, but I haven't been because I've been really well fed on YouTube with so much science content. They've been really feeding me the good stuff. What did I and then I also watched a 2-hour lecture. 2-hour lecture. Who am I, honestly? Like, what? Instead of doing, like, I mean, it is productive, I guess, because it's brain food, but about wars in India. like I was hooked. Like, I think it had something to do with the professor that was teaching the course or giving the lecture rather. She was just really engaging. So I watched those. I've been watching stuff like that, and learning about general relativity. I think I watched a few Stanford courses. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm just like wanting to learn more about science lately, and that's been my jam. So to answer your question, I haven't really watched anything film or TV related unless it's for work. So I'm like, yes, give me all of the things about general relativity or anything to do with quantum mechanics. Yes. Not that I understand it completely, but it is what it is. But yeah. That's that. Yeah, and I'll have to whoa. My brain just like shut down there for a second. It's like need to reboot. Rest my pieces here. Welcome. Where was I going with that thought? I had two colliding thoughts. and then it canceled them out, canceled each other out, canceled both the thoughts out at the same time. Anyway, whatever. Other than that, I think it's going to be, I'd like it for it to be a chill weekend. I really would. Trav says I'm on vacation, just lounging around the house today, listen to vinyl. Oh, I'm so jealous. I just need a better, I think I've already talked about the fact that my record player is in not so great area, and I would like for it to be in a better spot so that I can listen to more records. Although my records are basically all Depeche Mode. And not to say that I wouldn't listen to Depeche Mode, but sometimes I just, again, I've been listening to a lot of the same stuff over and over and over again, which is drum and bass and jungle. Drum and bass and jungle and a lot of vaporwave. So that's been consistent for probably about a year and have not been able to break out of that. Not that I want to. Although I was very happy to see that the drum and bass and jungle as a genre has been like, you know, a bit of an uptick, a little resurgence. Because I think it has been fairly underground for a long time, and there was like a period in time where it wasn't in the like maybe early 2000s, I don't know, where, well, even like late 90s, early 2000s, where like rave music even was like super big. But I follow this guy on Instagram, and he makes jungle music, and he has like really young followers, like people that are super into jungle, and I'm like, that's fucking cool. I love that. So cool that is starting. Gen Alpha is getting into jungle. Love it. And that there's like this queer club that a friend of mine sent me, like, that there's like queer karaoke or something, but they've started a D&B and jungle night. I was like, oh my God, amazing. So I was like, oh, do I go to that? But I don't really know anybody that would go with me. Like, maybe my sister would, but she doesn't live in the city. So who's going to go and vibe out to some jungle D&B? Anyway, whatever. So that's that. Jane says, I'm graduating in 2 weeks. Oh, graduating from what? That's cool. You enjoy the album? Thank you so much for listening, Jaden. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the dilly. That's what's going on. Yeah, speaking of music, I'm that's another thing besides editing that friggin' vlog. Well, I mean, I have time. It just needs to be out after the movie comes out at some point. Yeah, I'm going to be working on music this weekend as well. Although, yeah, it's very slow process because my perfectionism is at a peak right now. It's bad. Graduating high school. My goodness. Well, congratulations. Welcome to adulthood. Yeah. It's upwards from here. Or downwards, depending on how you look at it, I guess. But no, truly it will... Elwood says, please tell me I'm not the only one who thinks this year is getting boring without many exciting releases. Do you mean CDs? Do you mean music releases? Do you mean movie releases? I was talking with a colleague today. My colleague is like, you know what? I'm actually really excited about Final Destination. And I remember I don't think, did I go see it in the theater? I think no. I think we might have rented it back in the day when Final Destination came out. Um, yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I think yeah, it would have been like renting it on DVD or whatever, Final Destination. But anyway, apparently it's got like amazing reviews. I never saw, but apparently also that it hasn't, there hasn't been a Final Destination in like 13 years or something, 11 years or something like that. Yeah. Oh, it says everything. I wonder if that has something to do. Well, if we're talking about film and TV, I think that has a lot to do with the strikes. So that delayed everything. But for music, I wonder if. Well, aside from mine, but nobody gives a shit about that, which I understand. But yeah, I feel like the there's just, and I've talked about this before about there just being like the saturation. There's so much coming out, perhaps, that it feels like there's. How are you supposed to keep track of everything that's supposed to come out? Right? Like there's maybe the pressure to keep afloat, like keep afloat as an artist, to keep putting out stuff so that there's like some semblance of relevance for you as an artist. And if you don't keep putting things out, then it's like, who are you? I don't know. I'm trying to think back about like when people released CDs. Was it the same? We still were able to hear about that. Like we relied on publications. We relied on our CD stores to tell us when something was coming out. Now we have social media, but our social media accounts are attuned via some like an algorithm. So sometimes I find out that like Deftones have released something like a year later, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, and then I'm not even excited about it. Like, damn it. You know what I mean? Like it's there's just so much happening. There's so many bands. There's so much music. You just don't know. Your attention is way too divided. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, but maybe that's why it feels anticlimactic, Elwood. Perhaps. Maybe. A little bit. Jane says, are you planning on doing any music videos or that short film you posted on your YouTube and social is the only thing? I'm not at the moment because I need to pay for the vinyl and the CD, which is more expensive, probably. Sorry, the music video is more expensive than that. So I got a priority is that at the moment. So no. I saw Thunderbolts, the more Marvel movie. I hate Marvel movies. I'm sorry. I don't care. I really don't. The only reason I would care is because it has Florence Pugh in it, and I adore her. But other than that, I don't know anything about it, and I wouldn't. Although if they want to hire me, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Just putting that out there. Putting that out there into the universe that it's not my thing, but there are people that were in Lord of the Rings that said the same thing. They're like, I don't really like Lord of the Rings but it's a job, you know? And I'm like, what? What? I would push an old person to be in Lord of the Rings. But, you know. Recipe says, I care about your music. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Because sometimes I don't even care about my music and I want to throw it all in the garbage. But I appreciate that at least somebody does. I am Nutter. Specs Baby. Specs Baby. Specs Baby? Specs Baby. Specs Baby. I can't speak. It's all good. Trav says, I've been hearing good things about the movie Sinners. Oh, it's the Ryan Coogler film? Yeah, I heard also great things about it. Also, the new Cronenberg is out, Shrouds. So, you know, me and Cronenberg, we're not tight. I'm just saying that if there's a body horror film, I'm like a moth to a flame. I have to go see it. I don't know if there are any showings. Let me actually just double check. The Shrouds show times. I don't know. I hope it's still showing. Oh, good, it is. Oh, damn. Only in East End. That's some bullshit. Okay. I'd still go see it. But yeah, I'd like to go see it. I heard it's very weird. And, you know, I like weird. That's good. The movie was actually good. Are you talking about Thunderbolts? Thunderbolts? Thunderbirds? Hey, Thunderbirds is a great show. You remember that show? I'm Nutter says, oh, that's right. Your Canadian Specs was the big music store chain. Specs. Where? In the US or UK or where is that? We had HMV and we had Sunrise and Sam the Record Man, which was only in Toronto, but HMV was a big one. HMV was the one where you could like go in and order imports and stuff like that. And they would have like all the new releases that are planned for that year. And like I think also one of the challenges too is that people don't plan releases really that much anymore. I mean, I have a plan of when I'm going to release something roughly. But a lot of the time something always happens and then I have to push it. And then like it you know, whereas I think with that, it's very regimented because there's like a marketing campaign that goes with that. There's the music video that I just remember just thinking back to with Spit. There was like very specific milestones that we had to hit. So, you know, 6 months out from when it was going to be released in January of 2000, we had to do a tour, and then we had to set up the tour in January. We had to like all of that planning for when that date happened was planned way in advance. And I'm sure it's still done like that for the big major groups, but like for these like little piddly people like me, like it's very like grassroots and it's kind of like whatever. So for the bands that you follow that are more indie, it's harder to know who has new stuff coming out. Who, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. Trav says, about your music, it made me think of a quote. Do what you love and let it kill you. Yeah, it certainly will kill me. Yeah, it will, for sure. Which reminds me, I also have to look at this bass serviced. Damn. So many things to do that I just, every time I look at it, I'm like, I don't want to do that right now. G. Higgins here. Welcome. Oh, it says, yeah, Thunderbolts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And didn't it say something about being the new Avengers or something? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, honestly. Pardon my ignorance. The only reason I paid attention was because Florence was in it. She posted something recently in her stories about giving a woman cheese and she'll pay attention to you. So I sent her a cheese emoji. She didn't pay attention to me. I was like, Florence. I love you. Platonically. Well. But I do love her. I do love her a lot. Traps is slick with the cheese. She asked for that. Come on. How many people sent her cheese emojis for real? How many people? She was asking for it. She knew. And she has her DMs open, by the way. Like, you can DM her, whereas a lot of other celebrities don't have it so that you can message them. So I'm like, I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to shoot her a little bit of cheese. So yeah, I did. I sent her a cheese emoji. I did it. But I'm probably one of like millions of people that did the same. Forever alone. Anyway, that's that. That was my day. That was my year, week, whatever. I don't even know. Don't mind the Coke nail. I am going to put the rest of these nails on for the photo shoot on Monday. But yes, it's like a nail with a red jewel on the top. So it's like bloody, weird stuff. Anyway, if you see flashes of that, that's what you're seeing. Let's play this game. I don't have anything interesting to say. I'm a boring person. All right. Now, for all of your benefit and mine, mostly mine, let's recap what's happening with this very complicated, well, it's not very complicated, but it's fairly complicated story that we have going on here with case files behind closed doors. Trigger warning for people that are triggered by domestic violence. Just saying, there is mention of that, as well as suicide, by the way. The victim's name is Daniel Murphy, 49. He was killed with his own gun on September 12th at roughly 8:50 in the morning with a gunshot wound to his abdomen. His body was found a couple of days later. The key players that we have to remember is Emma Richardson, his girlfriend, Charles Humphreys, the ex-husband of the girlfriend, and Rebecca, the daughter of Charles and Emma. And then we also have Janice Burkus, who is the neighbor of Daniel and Emma. Some interesting tidbits about Charles. Charles was seen on CCTV footage entering the house the day of the murder in the morning, as was Janice, the neighbor. Another interesting tidbit about Janice is that she did 9 years in prison for the murder of her husband, who was a domestic abuser. She was also seen coming out of the house a little bit before. At what time? Sorry, after he, after the guy died. So we find out through their interrogations. So there were three CCTV footages. We saw a man leaving the house, which we find out is Charles Humphreys, the husband of Emma Richardson. He entered the house on which day? On September 12th. He goes in. He picks up a bag and he goes out. This was about 30 minutes after we know that Daniel is dead. Janice, on the other hand, same day, September 12th, we see her going into the house. She knows where there's a key in the underneath, like a pot outside of the house. She knows there's a key there. She's able to open the door, enter the house. She's in there for a short time, and then she exits calmly from the home. She does not lock the door when she leaves. And then the last footage that is shown is on September 11th, so the day before his death, Daniel leaving the home and Charles, the husband, confronting him at about 7:55 in the morning. Confronting him, he's screaming about, "I know what you did to Emma, blah, 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 blah." We find out that Daniel allegedly beat Emma and dislocated her elbow, her right elbow. So keep all that in mind. So when we talk to Emma, we find that Emma has been staying at a motel since the domestic violence incident, which happened 2 days prior. The day of the murder, she went to get breakfast at a diner at 7 a.m. She filed a police report at the behest of her daughter the day of the domestic incident. She claims that this domestic violence behavior was not normal and is not something that happens a lot. They've only been together for 6 months. That's not just, I don't know why I'm laughing. That's not weird. But this apparently was born out of Daniel being jealous of a prospective client, because Daniel and Emma work together. She told the neighbor, Janice, about the domestic violence stuff. So Janice, neighbor, heard as well as knows about the whole situation. Emma does not have an alibi for the entire day. From the time she got back from eating at the diner, she has no alibi for the whole day until Charles brings her dinner at 6 p.m. So there's that. We also find out that Charles, who again was seen going out from the house on the day of the murder, says that we see him with a bag of stuff. We find out that he lied about, he said that he just picked up the stuff by the door because the bag of clothes or whatever was by the door, but he was in the home for quite a while. We find out that Daniel had threatened Emma with a gun 2 days prior. And Charles says that he went to the house to go get the gun from Daniel. And that was the reason why he was there on the day. Went inside the house and saw his body and got spooked and left. And also, Janice said more or less the same thing. We see her entering the home. She noticed that the car was not in the driveway, so she went in. But the reason why she went in was because she heard a gunshot. So she goes in, she sees his dead body, she panics, and she leaves. But remember, I also said that she left very calmly, even though she panicked. She says she panicked and left, but I'm like, whoa, well, you look very calm when you left, but okay. Rebecca, the daughter, also does not have an alibi for the 12th because she gave her shift away. She was supposed to work at like a cafe or something on the day, on the campus that she goes to school at. Yeah, she has no alibi. She says the abuse wasn't all the time. It was just recent. and she moved into the house about a month ago. And we also know that Daniel was really drunk the night of the 11th. He went out and got drunk. And he didn't take his car to get home. That was the reason why the car was not in the driveway. And because you see inside the house, there's a bunch of like bottles and stuff like that. So he was at a bar or something, got drunk, came home, and then kept drinking more. So him being able to kill himself, which is what what Charles purports, would not make sense. He would likely be way too intoxicated to be able to, like, and the way that he's positioned on the bed and stuff doesn't make sense either. So I will show you all of that so that we're all up to speed, and so that I understand what's happening as well, or so that I can refresh my mind about what's happening as well. We also found in my office a file folder for a person named Paulette Williams. We don't know who Paulette Williams is yet, and I suspect we will find out through the course of this. Okay. Oh, you know what I just realized? I might have to plug these in. Okay. Give me 1 second. So does everybody understand? Is everybody on the same page? Anybody have questions? Suspicions? Okay, perfect. So we gotta go wired here for a second. Alder says, I reckon Janice left calmly as she'd seen a dead body before after killing her husband previously. Oof. Oof. Damn. Okay. I mean, that really does. That depends on the person, though. I mean, like, seeing a dead body, I don't think ever gets like easy unless, she's hardened from being in the slammer for 9 years, because she went away for 9 years for the murder of her husband. And she does strike me as kind of a tough chick, so you could be correct that that's just like her demeanor. But like, she walked out of that, maybe we'll watch it, but she walked out of that place, out of that home after seeing somebody with their guts blown out. Like, all right, well, I'm just going to leave. And doesn't call the cops because, of course, she says in her interrogations she's afraid that I don't want to be attached to another murder, another homicide, because this is just, I think she may still be on probation or something. So there may be something there. She doesn't want there to be any trouble, which, okay, understandably. So maybe that was why she was like, beep, 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 beep. Just kidding. Bye. But if that's true, then why, if you heard a gunshot, like, why would you involve yourself? If you're so worried about, if you're on probation and you're so worried, like, why? And I guess she's feeling protective of Emma because she knows that it's a domestic violence situation. She's been there as a domestic violence survivor. So it's complicated, sure. But I wonder, like, why tempt fate? If that's the, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, not saying you're wrong, Elder. It's it's like super possible that that's why. She's like, all right, well. Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you, Daniel. You drunk woman beater. Anywho. All right, Elwood, rest in peace. Rest my peace, sorry. Rest in peace. All right, here we go. Are we... Let's continue. I don't know where we left off, to be honest. I cannot remember. So this was the Paulette Williams. We don't know what that means. Okay. Detective Ruiz is ready to start the interview. I think we are bringing everybody back. So we're bringing back Emma. We're bringing back Charles, the husband, Rebecca, and Janice. We're going to start really getting into them now and asking them more questions, more digging a little bit deeper into what happened that day and starting to scrutinize their stories, because we had determined last stream that Emma was downplaying the domestic violence that has occurred in her relationship with Daniel and making excuses for him, because to me that seemed fairly obvious that she didn't want to make it seem as bad as it was. Charles as well was also being deceptive in some way, shape, or form. He in every way, shape, or form, basically. And Rebecca, I don't know. She also was kind of not telling the truth, but I think she's somewhat been kept in the dark in some regards. Janice definitely was lying quite a bit. So there are opportunities to find out more. Let's start.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So look, Janice, I just want to explore your relationship with Emma a bit more with you, if that's okay.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her. So yeah, I just want to, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments?
Yes, I was aware of that.
But you were not aware of any actual physical abuse?
No, sir.
Now, you met Daniel a few times, so I'm wondering, do you think that he seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Ooh. Something is weird about, and I didn't mention this before, but she did make sure to be like, I've only met him a couple of times, and I believe she did say that she moved into the neighborhood about a year ago because her mother died. No, because her mother was sick or something like that, and then her mother died, and so she inherited the home. So she's been in that neighborhood for a while. It's not clear how long Daniel has been in the neighborhood, but I feel like she probably knows a little bit more about Daniel than she's letting on, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. That's just a shot in the dark. But, like, she seems... this is very, like, cagey. She's like, I told you I only met him. I don't really know him very well. You know? It's like, it's... I don't know. Maybe. Just saying.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. It'd be great if you can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
Sure. I mean, but I don't know what else there is to think about.
Well, just try. That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Janice.
Okay, so the detective usually calls after the chat. Other detective. And here he's calling me.
Well, she does seem to have all the right answers, doesn't she?
Uh-huh.
But there's gotta be some flaws. It just all seems a bit too perfect. There's gotta be more to this than what she's telling us. All right, let's take some time here. Look through everything you got, see if there's any contradictory evidence we can use to prove this statement of hers is full of shit. Hopefully you can find something good. Give me a call when you got something, all right? Bye.
Press tab to open your inventory and select the contradictory evidence. Okay. So this is what gets really difficult, because, like, she says that she doesn't know him very well. I want to actually just go and read these again, because sorry for getting back to you so late. Yeah, we had an argument. He threw me to the ground. He hurt me pretty bad. Okay, but please let me know if there's anything I can do. I can't believe this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. Your Amazon order, da-da-da. Just want you to know that I'm thinking of you. And then she ordered, we delivered tomorrow by 5 p.m. Okay. Is there something else, Janice? Okay, no. I just have to refresh my memory here. So she was saying that $5,960. Okay, this was the domestic incident report. Claims that he physically assaulted her after the two engaged in a verbal argument. The claim is that Daniel Murphy physically cornered her in the kitchen and refused to let her leave. In an attempt to escape the situation, Emma claims that she pushed Daniel away from her. In return, Daniel grabbed Emma Richardson, forcefully threw her to the ground. This ended in the domestic incident. It was promptly escorted to Fisham County Medical Center. There were no eyewitnesses. However, claims that she heard the argument from her upstairs bedroom. Suffered a dislocated right elbow, which she claims is a direct result of the domestic incident. She was treated in Fisham County. Oh, they spelled Fisham wrong. County Medical Center. Okay. So let's just go here. I feel like no. She said she only met him a few times. I don't think the medical examiner's thing is going to tell us anything. The domestic, is this it? No. The the text messages. No. Daniel. Oh, I didn't. Oh, wait. Hold on. I didn't check Daniel's. Oops. Daniel. Daniel, Emma. Okay, so there's nothing about. There's nothing about them knowing each other or talking to talking to each other. So no. No. I can't remember what she said. I can't remember what she said in this one. I'm gonna have to maybe let's listen to this one, Janice's second one.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. Now, Janice, according to you, the mail carrier had dropped off their mail at your mailbox by accident, right? And then you, I guess being the good Samaritan that you are, decided to bypass these potential porch pirates. So you then took that mail and you brought it directly into their home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Janice, what kind of mail was this?
If I remember correctly, it was just a few envelopes, I believe.
So just a few envelopes. So why the urgency to drop off just a few envelopes? You couldn't wait until they got home?
I guess I could have. I didn't really give it that much thought. I just saw that I had their mail and I thought I'd bring it over to them, that's all.
Janice, you are lying to me.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean that there is absolutely nothing that supports your statement whatsoever. Look, you having their mail is no reason to go inside of their home. You could have simply just held on to their mail, Janice. And please don't tell me that you were concerned with porch pirates, because porch pirates are looking for packages, okay? Things that have actual value. They're not just looking for regular mail. Now, Janice, if you're going to lie to me, come up with something like I don't know, like there was a check in the mail or something like that, because
she ask
then
Emma
it would
if
be
she
a
was
little
leaving
bit more
Daniel
believable.
when she would run into that.
Now,
Yeah, like she did.
Janice,
She did say that, and so it suggests that, like, oh, okay, because she said, I heard their arguments, but I don't think that it was ever physical. Like, she knows way more about their relationship and the intricacies of it than she's leading on. For sure. Right? Because why would your first instinct when you go to the door, why would your first instinct be like, are you leaving him? Let's actually play that.
Still on probation. Is that correct?
Let's actually play that one.
Emma? I've been really worried about you. Are you leaving him?
So this is at 9:11.
Are you all right?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure? Did something now just happen?
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you all right?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure? Did something now just happen?
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
I'm telling you, his body is in that fucking suitcase, man. Yeah, so that, like, why would that be your first instinct if you're kind of only peripherally involved in this? You know what I mean? And then if these were your text messages, and that was at 13:16, right? Okay, so she sent, after that event, after that encounter, she sent a text message at 6:58 p.m. saying, "Just want you to know I'm thinking of you, sending lots of love." Emma replies, "Thank you." Janice replies with a heart. Ooh. If they aren't fucking, I don't know. Or at least Janice wants to. Janice is pining after her. SoCal's here. Welcome, SoCal. SoCal says, "Oh my, this game looks right up my..." It is so good, SoCal. So good. At least I'm enjoying it so far. But we'll see. So, anyway. But, Alder, I think you're right. Like, there's something going, something's got to be something in the here. If this, oh wait, not Charles, Emma. Where's Emma? So Emma and Janice. After that, when was that? That was at 6:50. That exchange happened. When was that? The 11th? Right. So, when was that? Oh, fuck, where is it? Thank you, emoji heart. Then, nothing until the next day. Are you going to be at the motel later? Charles says, yeah. Sorry, Emma says, yeah, why? I need to talk to you. Yeah, this whole exchange is weird too. Okay, stop by whenever. Sounds good. I'll be there around 6. That seems like creating an alibi, is it not? Just saying. I don't know. But at the same time, she doesn't have one for when he actually died. When Daniel actually died. I don't know. Okay. Let's just go back to here. It's 2, right? Did I do this one and this one? I did, right? Yeah. Where's her text messages? Emma. Where are her text messages? This one? No. No. Oh. Okay.
Hey. Well, there you go. That is great. Perfect. I'll share what Emma said earlier in her previous statement. Good catch. Now, what she said definitely doesn't match up with Janice's presentation of the facts. I'll grab the text message records as well.
I gotta be
There's
better
no
at,
way Janice can argue with that.
Stuff. Otherwise,
all right, let me grab what I need and get back in there. Thanks.
Fuck. Shit. Fuck, what did I do? Okay, what was her statement? I don't even know which one I pressed. God damn it. Okay, so who are we bringing in? Emma? Fucking hell. Okay, so now we're going to talk to Emma. Alder says, also, why did the ex-husband need to go and get a bag of clothes as Emma left with what appears to be a full suitcase? Which was the day before, right? We already talked about that last week. That it was weird. Like, What are we going to get? But then he already said that the reason why he was going there had nothing to do with the clothes. It had everything to do with going to get the gun. He wanted to get the gun from Daniel because he was afraid that he was going to come after her to to finish the job, essentially. That's what he said. And so the clothes had really nothing to do with it. So really what happened there is that he went in there to look for the gun, saw that he was dead, and then was like, fuck, well, I guess I gotta grab some clothes then to make it look like I was going to get clothes or something. Like, weird. This family is fucked up. Anyways, let's... Oh, it's... Okay.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I want to make sure that I got this right. Now, you are not aware of any physical abuse that Emma has experienced. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, see, that is a problem. Because, see, Emma has stated the complete opposite.
What did Emma say?
Well, in her earlier statement, Emma said that you had texted her the night that her and Daniel had that pretty bad argument, the night that he had reportedly assaulted her. She said that you had texted her asking her if everything was okay. Now, does that ring any bells?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
Now, she said that she had texted you back later that night telling you exactly what had happened. Does that also sound familiar to you?
Okay.
Well, yes, that's also correct, but I don't remember if she told me that he'd actually physically assaulted her.
So you don't remember her texting you that detail?
No, not that I recall.
That's interesting. That is very, very interesting. So, Janice, look, I want you to take a look at these records right here. I want you to look at the message that's highlighted there. Now, that is a text message that Emma had sent to you the evening of September 9th. Now, she clearly texted, and I quote, "He threw me to the ground,
she got down in the...
hurt me pretty bad
Janice spent
at the
9 years in
hospital
Slammer
now."
for murder.
Now, there is no mixed messaging there. I find it very hard to believe that someone would forget such a major detail. Now, Janice, did you lie to me again?
No, sir. I just didn't recall.
You didn't recall?
Okay, I may have misstated the facts.
Janice, that is a very eloquent way of telling me that you lied.
May have told alternate
Now, Janice,
version of
why
the
did you
facts.
lie to me again?
Why did I lie? Again, sir, look at the optics. Someone with my background is seen entering the house the same day that Daniel's body is found shot to death. You know why I lied. And don't take this personally, but I don't trust law enforcement. I know I'm an easy target. I'm just doing the best I can to stay out of prison, sir. Look, you want to know what the truth is?
Yes, Janice, that is literally the only thing I want to know.
Good. Because the truth is that none of us would be in this mess if law enforcement had actually done their job and protected Emma when she first reported the abuse. She did all she could. She went to the police. She told them everything that Daniel had done to her. She even had her daughter as a witness. That man should already
Wait a second. Even had her daughter as a witness. Remember, in the police report it said there were no witnesses aside from the fact that the daughter had heard it from her upstairs bedroom. So I'm just... just putting that away, just in case, if it's useful. Okay.
fucked up. That man physically assaulted her, and you guys let him go on his merry way. That's not okay. You know it, and I know it, that that's not okay.
Look, Janice, I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And yeah, maybe we could have handled things differently. I don't know. Okay, but regardless, we can't live in the past, right? I mean, all that we can do is to make sure that we do the right thing right now in this moment. That's literally all that we can do. So, Janice, let me ask you again, okay? Were you aware that Daniel had physically assaulted Emma?
Yes, sir, I was aware.
And your only confirmation of this were the text messages between you and Emma, is that correct?
That and the fact that she went to the hospital with a dislocated elbow. Not sure I'd need any more proof than that.
But you didn't actually see Daniel physically assault her, correct?
No? What kind of question is that? I mean, what man do you know is going to strike a woman in front of other people? Guys like that do their business behind closed doors. Trust me, I know.
Fair enough. Now, I am curious, and Janice, please be honest. Do you think that Daniel deserved to be killed for his actions?
Don't answer that.
No. Punished, yes, but not killed. Are we almost done, officer?
For now. Yes, for now. Now, I do need to get some other people in here, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, Janice, you can step out of here for now, okay? Let's go.
You've heard, like, if she had a lawyer in there, be like, what? No, do not answer that question. What do you want?
All right, so we know for sure that Janice was aware of the physical abuse.
Yes.
We know she was the first person seen on camera entering the house, and we know that she and Emma have a relationship in which both of them look out for one another.
Yeah.
Now, what we don't know for sure is if Daniel was indeed already dead by the time she entered the house. And at this moment, there really is no way to prove or disprove Daniel's status at that time. It's clear that these people are still lying to us. There's still too many holes and things that just make no sense. All right, let's get Rebecca back in here for another round. I got a few more questions for her.
Okay.
Hang tight.
Okay.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca.
So this is the
Humphreys.
daughter. This is Janice.
So, Rebecca,
daughter
I want to
of
go back
Emma,
to the
one that
day
was
of Daniel's
abused.
death. Now, you said
And Charles.
that you were at your dad's
Her
house
ex-husband.
the entire day that Daniel was killed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the only thing to corroborate this are these text messages between you and a coworker in which you asked them to cover your shift for that day. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's also correct.
So see, the problem here is that those text messages do not necessarily prove that you were at your dad's house that day. In fact, all they prove is that you didn't go to work that day. Now, as to your exact whereabouts on that day, well, that is yet to be proven, right? All I've got to go on is your words. Now, would you say that that is a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess. I can see where you're coming from. But at the same time, I don't really have any reason to lie either.
Now, that very well may be true, but my job is to question everything, okay? I can't base things off of just words alone. I need facts, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So, is there anyone that may have seen you either enter or leave your dad's house on that day?
I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way for me to tell if somebody had seen me on that day. It's possible, but I don't know.
But your dad, he can account for your time later that day, right? In the evening?
Yeah, he can.
All right, so according to you, the only person who can account for your whereabouts on that day is your dad, but that's only in the evening. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Rebecca, did you go to Daniel's house the day that he was killed?
No, I already told you I was at my dad's house the entire day.
I am aware that that's what you told me. But again, without any concrete proof, I can't just go based off of your words.
Do you have access to their security cam?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so is that not proof? The security cam has a sensor. Anytime anybody gets within a few feet of it, it triggers. So it's quite literally impossible to enter the house without being recorded.
Not if you go via the back door. Do they have one via the back door? Because the back door was open. Rebecca. Yeah, so Wave Cave's back. Welcome. I don't know if they have a security cam on the back door. It's possible.
So are you able to check those recordings? Have you checked them?
Yes, we have gone through all of those recordings, yeah.
And did you see me enter the house?
Oh, look at this.
As a matter of fact,
Interrogated
no, we did
becomes
not.
interrogator.
Well, then there you go. I don't know what more you want.
But see, Rebecca, you didn't necessarily need to go through the front door.
Aha!
You could have gone through the rear door. Now, to my knowledge, the rear entrance does not have any sort of security cam of any kind.
Yeah,
So,
Rebecca.
in theory, you or anyone else for that matter could have gone through there. Isn't that a possibility?
No, actually, it's not. No.
Why?
The rear door is always kept locked, and on top of that, I don't have a house key. So whenever I need to enter the house, I use a spare key.
Okay. Back door always locked. Mm-hmm. Doesn't have a house key, but she lives there. Uses the spare. Okay.
And if I have to use the spare key, I have to go get it. In turn, I would trigger the security cam, and I would
She should be a
recorded.
lawyer,
I'd
this
be
one.
on those recordings.
Now, in regards to these recordings,
Can
I did
you-
notice that you guys have a keypad on that front door. So you don't have a code for that either?
No, that's been broken since I've moved in.
All right, so since you don't have a key and that rear door is always kept locked and that keypad is broken,
Mhm.
then there would have been no way for you to enter that house on that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Not unless I use the spare key.
All right, fair enough.
Mhm.
Okay, Rebecca, we are going to take a short break.
Mhm.
You just wait here, all right? And I'll be back in just a few. All right.
Well, we do know that the spare key was not in the place that it should have been. Martin Ruiz.
Well, yet again, I feel like we're not getting the whole truth here. Her not having an alibi is definitely a red flag.
Yes.
I know we brought her in here as a witness, but I'm thinking we may have to bump her up to a suspect.
Martin, are you
The
fucking
abuse
kidding
she
me?
witnessed could be enough to give her a motive.
No.
Possibly.
No.
All right, let's see if you can work your magic and find some contradictory evidence here. I want to squeeze every ounce of truth out of her. You give me a call when you got something solid. Talk soon.
Back door always locked? Well, it wasn't locked. um... So, we know that the spare key was gone for pretty much the whole day. But the door was open, but that she would have been caught on the camera. But the back door was open. The back door was open. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me see Rebecca. Exit. Oops. Okay. So she was still at the house. Can you... Well, I don't actually know if she's at the house as of 2:23 on September 11th. Can you meet at the hotel? Yeah, sure. I can head there now. Something... Whoops. Something weird about that. No? It's not to do with the Let's go back to what her dad said. I don't remember which one it is, though. I don't have to review it all. She said only alibi is her text. Says no one saw her leave or entered her dad's house. Dad can later. Oh. Her dad can later in the evening. No. No? My only thought was she says that my dad can later in the evening, but her dad couldn't have because he was already at the motel at 6. So maybe Rebecca's email, Emma's? No? Or Charles? No? No. No. No, I don't know. I really don't know. All of my hunches have turned out to be wrong. Okay. Keypad is broken. Where's this keypad? I don't remember seeing a keypad.
Hey, asshole. Here you like to hit women, huh?
Where do you see? Do you see a
Oh, no,
keypad?
I know what you did there, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know what you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you understand me?
man.
No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
So good. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. No, okay. I don't see a keypad. I don't see shit. Oops. So he was going in here to go get the gun. And the Oscar goes to... I mean, you know... Rob says, I hope he used mouthwash when yelling at him. Alder says, I think the keypad is in the inner door? I don't see it. Oh, hold on. Let me go... hold on. Oh, meaning on the actual handle, you mean? Oh, okay. Maybe I can't see it, but I see what you're saying. That's possible. Also, very interesting choice to close the door if he hears a gunshot. Like, wouldn't you just... Sorry. I wanted to go over here and look at something. He got takeout. It looks like takeout. And he ate with somebody, right? Oh, there's only one glass here, but then there's also 3 bottles of, and there's cards, like, and a phone, and some fancy shoes, like... He was definitely not alone. That's my thought. But anyway, back to this. I did this one, right? Yeah. Shit. Yeah, that's a keypad on the red door. Yeah, I think it's on the handle above the handle. It's one of those. Doop boop boop. Okay. I'm very uncomfortable. I'd like to sit like like this, but it's not working. Ah! This one? Hello? Have I done all of the combinations? Now I'm just clicking. Now I don't know which one it is. No. Oh. Oops. Oops. Okay, I've done her dad. I've done her and her mom. I did this one, right? Oops. I did her and Janice. I did this one. I did this one. So it's not her. Claims she was never at Daniel's house. Ugh. Keep pressing the wrong fucking one. Claims that she was never at Daniel's house. Yeah, some family stuff I gotta deal with. And I did it with this one, right? Because I was thinking the exchange about the dinner thing, but it's not letting me. It can't be her dad. No, we did that one too. I'm stumped. I don't know. For only alibi is her text. Okay, we have to watch something else because I don't actually know. She said that her dad. Hold on. Let's watch her dad because she said that the only person that could give her an alibi later in the evening is her dad on the 12th.
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, I'm going to be very straightforward with you, okay? I do not believe you.
You don't believe what exactly?
Well, I don't believe that you really feel that there is no way that Emma could be connected to this murder. Now, given the facts that we currently have,
maybe not
that certainly seems to be the most logical thing. Now, surely you have to agree with that.
The first one? wouldn't it have triggered if I click her and her dad, if that were true though? Which is what I did, and it didn't work. Two pieces of contradictory evidence from the most recent interview. So does that mean that it has to be her and another piece of evidence? Like I can't help. Okay.
All right, Charles, we are recording. Today is September. And lastly, if you can please acknowledge that we have a realtor. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means you get to pretty much set your own hours, right?
To an extent, sure.
Now, you didn't have any appointments or any meetings that morning?
That is correct.
So, did you see Daniel when you went inside the house?
No, I didn't. I didn't see his car in the driveway either, so I just assumed he wasn't home. But look, I didn't even go in the house. I just went in the entryway, I grabbed Emma's bag, and I left. That's it.
Now, are you aware that Daniel had been killed on that day and that his body was found inside that house?
I'm aware of it now, but at the time, no. I wasn't aware of it at the time.
So what do you know about Daniel's death?
I know that he was apparently shot and killed. I'm also aware it possibly could have been a suicide, that he took his own life.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that he took his own life?
Certainly seems like a possibility, yeah.
So how well did you actually know Daniel?
Not well at all. I mean, I mostly knew about him through Rebecca. Right? I only personally met him a few times. A few times that I did meet him in person, I mean, he seemed like a pretty cool guy, right? He was friendly and upbeat, you know? Just a good all-around guy. It wasn't until much later that I learned about him abusing Emma. Needless to say, that changed my opinion of him real quick.
Yeah, I could imagine. So tell me about Emma. What is your relationship like with Emma?
Emma and I are on pretty good terms, all things considered. Right? We were married for almost 20 years. You know, we had Rebecca. Everything was going really well. But, I mean, slowly things just didn't work out like we had hoped. So we got divorced about 2 years ago. I mean, it wasn't an ugly divorce or anything like that. But we both agreed that it wasn't working out, so we decided to call it quits. Right? And here we are.
So do you still stay in touch with her?
It's not like we're best friends or anything like that, but we have a daughter together. So, yeah, we are in touch from time to time.
And do you still care for her?
Not in a romantic way, no, but...
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel when you went inside that house?
No, of course not. Look, I told you I didn't even see the guy, but if I did, I'm not going to kill him.
So what about Emma? You think that maybe Emma killed Daniel? I mean, she's got more
No,
reasons.
talk more about
Oh, I don't think that's
what you
possible.
did that day.
Well, look, Charles, the reality is that somebody killed Daniel, okay? That is a fact. Now, we know that Emma has been on the receiving end of his abuse. All right? Now, that has got to be scary as hell for her. Okay, now, Charles, I'm not saying that Emma killed Daniel, okay? But, Charles, we at least have to entertain the idea that maybe she wanted him dead. Now, I don't think that that's far-fetched at all.
That's obvious. But to think Emma would wish death...
We're going to take a short break, right?
Damn it. That did not help me at all. We've only talked to him twice, though, so maybe... Fucking hell. I'm losing it. I'm gonna watch her thing again.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to go back to the day of Daniel's death.
Mhm.
Now, you said that you were at your dad's house the entire day that Daniel was killed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the only thing to corroborate this are these text messages between you and a coworker in which you asked them to cover your shift for that day. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's also correct.
So see, the problem here is that those text messages do not necessarily prove that you were at your dad's house that day. In fact, all they prove is that you didn't go to work that day. Now, as to your exact whereabouts on that day, well, that is yet to be proven, right? All I've got to go on is your words. Now, would you say that that is a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess. I can see where you're coming from. But at the same time, I don't really have any reason to lie either.
Now, that very well may be true, but my job is to question everything, okay? I can't base things off of just words alone. I need facts, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rebecca.
I guess. Yeah.
So, is there anyone that may have seen you either enter or leave your dad's house on that day?
I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way for me to tell if somebody had seen me on that day. It's possible, but I don't know.
Oh,
But your dad, he
wait a second. Yeah, but it would have triggered with the text messages if when I clicked it, if that were the case. I was just thinking that she's saying that no one would have seen me leave or enter, and then she was supposed to oh no, that was on the day.
can account for your time later
That
that
wasn't on
day,
the day.
right? In the evening?
Yeah, he can.
All right, so according to you, the only person who can account for your whereabouts on that day is your dad, but that's only in the evening. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Rebecca,
Hmm.
did you go to Daniel's house the day that he was killed?
No. I already told you I was at my dad's house the entire day.
I am aware that that's what you told me. But again, without any concrete proof, I can't just go based off of your words.
Do you have access to their security cam?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so is that not proof? The security cam has a sensor. Anytime anybody gets within a few feet of it, it triggers. So it's quite literally impossible to enter the house without being recorded. So are you able to check those recordings? Have you checked them?
Yes, we have gone through all of those recordings, yeah.
And did you see me enter the house?
As a matter of fact, no, we did not.
Well then, there you go. I don't know what more you want.
But see, Rebecca, you didn't necessarily need to go through the front door. You could have gone through the rear door. Now, to my knowledge, the rear entrance does not have any sort of security cam of any kind. So, in theory, you, or anyone else for that matter, could have gone through there. Isn't that a possibility?
No, actually it's not, no. The rear door is always kept locked, and on top of that, I don't have a house key. So whenever I need to enter the house, I use a spare key. And if I have to use the spare key, I have to go get it. In turn, I would trigger the security cam, and I would be recorded. I'd be on those recordings.
Now, in regards to these recordings, I did notice that you guys have a keypad on that front door. So you don't have a code for that either?
No, that's been broken since I've moved in.
All right, so since you don't have a key and that rear door is always kept locked and that keypad is broken, then there would have been no way for you to enter that house on that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Not unless I use the spare key.
All right, fair enough. Okay, Rebecca, we are going to take a short break.
Fucking Rebecca. Jodie and Rebecca. Okay, no. I just realized that it says that the front door to the home was found unlocked. No, that means nothing. The first person to discover his body, we know for sure, was Janice. Because Janice heard a shot. She was the one that unlocked the door. Hold on one second. So, if that were true, and it is true, so if this is the right sequence of events, the door was locked. She hears a shot. She goes in, but the back door was unlocked. Sorry, the back door was ajar, rather. Daniel had come home the night before, drunk as a fucking skunk. How come he didn't show up on the thing? Daniel did not go through the front door. He went through the rear door because he was drunk as fuck, I think. Right? If everybody shows up on the door, on the camera, then why did Daniel not show up on it? Am I crazy? If we have everybody entering from the 11th, September 11th at 7:55, he must have come in through the rear and it was open. But that just lends more credence to the fact that, like, nobody was there with him unless he brought somebody home with him. But anyway, that's like a whole other thing. It also says the rear patio door was partially open. A contradiction to her saying it was always locked. Yeah. That's what I'm saying is, like, if it's... How come they don't have footage of him coming home using his key to come in? Anyway, I don't know why it didn't trigger when I did this. Was it the autopsy report that we just looked at? Or was it the police report? It was a police report. I thought I did that already. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. I did. What the fuck, man? Got a gargoyle for a second. This is how I think. I literally don't understand why it's not triggering. I don't know. I'm just clicking whatever. Yeah, like he also had traces of sleeping pills. Like, do we see any, like, what do you call it? Maybe he could have put it in his drink? I'm, like, stumped. I don't understand why it's not, time reported 6:17. Let's go to these fucking things. I'm stumped, man. I really am. I don't understand why it's not triggering. Also, Charles already knows that Daniel is dead at this point. Where he's like, are you going to meet at the hotel later? Or, like, sorry, are you going to be at the hotel later? So he tells her probably that day. Did she go to the motel as well? The daughter? What time? So she was at the motel at around 2:30. The night before the murder. Sorry, the night before his death. At 2:30, her dad says to her, "Can you meet at the motel?" "Yeah, sure, I can head there now." Then what does the... But then the day after... I think there's just something about this. I don't know what it is, but something about these text messages. I literally don't understand. Like, what the fuck is happening? Oops. Oh, let's look at the dads. Or the whatever. Not the dads. The boyfriends. So he arrived home at 1 a.m. on the morning of the 12th. But he does not show up on the security cam footage. Did we try that? I'm gonna fucking freak out. Maybe I'll just try all the security cam footage. No? Okay. I don't understand. Guys, I really don't. What am I missing here? Ah! Okay. I keep fucking picking up the wrong one. Okay. He got home. Did we make that note? Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Alder says, I think you've tried all the combinations. Maybe I haven't. I don't know. But, like... I'm just gonna try all the combinations and see what happens. Oh, for fuck's sake. Maybe it knows that I'm not really... Okay. Okay, well, I know that the gun isn't gonna do anything, but... Okay, that is everything with her, so it's not with her. So the contradiction is not with her, but it's something that she said. Wait, did I do... Yeah, I did everybody here, right? Yeah, okay, so it's not her. So it's a contradiction between something that her mom said. The possibilities are fucking endless here. Not endless, but too much for me to care. No, this is ridiculous. Do I give up and look it up? So that we could just chug along here. Or is the game broken? I don't know. Maybe the game is broken. I have no clue. He didn't use the keypad to open the door, right? The door was open. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stumped. Ouch. Okay. The only other thing that I could think of is when I said I made a note about the fact that even her daughter was a witness. That's the only other thing. It's not going to work, but yeah, I knew it. I'm going to look it up. I can't. What's their beat? It's going to be something so stupid. It doesn't say anything. Okay, maybe this? No. Okay, I don't really. Okay, calm down. Everything is fine. We just need to. We need to watch something again. Somebody said something that I am missing. Maybe. Okay, let's look and see what someone else said. All right. I don't really have much that I could go off of, but I'm limited by my notes. It's something to do with the doors. Either like it has to be something to do with the doors. I just don't know what. Something to either do with the keypad or the unlocked back door. Something to do with that. I just don't know what exactly. Does anybody else mention anything about the doors in their things? Of course, I didn't pay attention to any of that during their interviews. So I would hate to be a cop or a detective. Actually, I know that's not true. I would like it, but not in times like this where
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So Charles, I'm going to be very straightforward with you. It certainly seems to be the most logical thing. Now, surely you have to agree with that. If you can put your personal feelings aside, you have to be able to see how Emma's participation is at least something that we should be looking into.
Look, Detective, I don't know how much more I can keep saying the same thing. I told you what I think. There's nothing more I could possibly say.
So that's it.
That's it. I do not believe Emma had anything to do with this.
Give me
All right, well,
something
Charles,
more
we'll-
than that,
We'll give
Charles.
you a break for now and get someone else in here, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I'm missing the fact that there are 2 more with him. My bad.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want you to take a look at this footage right here, okay? About here. All right, now, can we agree that this is you leaving Daniel's house that same morning?
Yes, it is.
So, again, can you look up there and tell me the time? What does it say now?
It's 9:31 a.m.
So 9:31 a.m. Now, see, Charles, you told me that you were in Daniel's house for no more than 1 minute. Okay, now I'm showing you the security cam video that shows that you were in there for about 3 to 4 minutes. Now, Charles, I can't understand why it would take 3 to 4 minutes to simply go inside of the house, grab a bag that's right there in the entryway, and then leave. So, Charles, can we cut the bullshit? All right, why did you go inside this house? And more importantly, what were you doing in this house? And this time, Charles, please, do not lie to me.
Say something about the door.
Look, I don't know if you're aware, but Daniel threatened Emma at gunpoint the day before he died. Now, obviously, this guy was unstable, but I didn't know he had a gun in the house.
So how did you find out about the gun?
Emma told me, and I was afraid Daniel was going to flip out again and actually use the gun to hurt Emma. So I decided to go over to the house and see if he was there. But when I got there, his car wasn't in the driveway. So I thought I could go in the house and find the gun and take it from him.
All right, so just to be clear, the reason that you went to the house
Out
was
the
to find this
doors.
gun.
That's right. And when I went in the house, I immediately went into their bedroom thinking that's where it would be. But instead, I find the guy lying there dead, and the gun is in his hand too. You know, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. You know, I remember they had the security cam out front, so that freaked me out, right? And I knew it was going to look bad, me coming in the house and this guy being dead. So I quickly kind of came up with this plan to grab some of Emma's stuff and put it in this bag. So it seemed like I had a reason to be there.
So this whole thing was just a performance for the security cam?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it.
Well, I guess that does make sense. Because see, Emma, she stated that the only thing that you brought her that evening was dinner.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's stupid and I'm sorry. But I didn't want to have any connection to this guy's death. I mean, the whole situation makes it look like I did it. Hell, I don't even know if you believe what I'm saying. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
All right, so if your intent was to go there and to find this gun, then why do you look so confused when you first arrived?
Honestly, that's what I'm still confused about. Because I went to reach for the spare key, it wasn't there. So I thought I'd try the door anyway, and to my surprise, it was already unlocked.
So who do you think could have taken that
Back
spare
door.
key?
Back door.
Honestly, I have no clue. I mean, I know it wasn't me, and it definitely wasn't Rebecca, because
Oh!
she has her own key.
Oh, definitely wasn't Rebecca. No, we know that it was could be Rebecca because she would be the only one that had the spare key. Right? Right? No. No, we've already tried this combination. It didn't work. Did we try?
Keys in the house, so I don't know.
She has her own keys to the house? Because she has her... Oh my God. We found it. We found it. We found it. We found it. Okay. I'm happy now. I'm happy again. Okay. So Dad says she has her own keys to... Okay, so maybe every time I get discouraged, we just have to watch things again. Because there's no reliable walkthroughs, unfortunately. So we're on our own here. Okay. She has her own keys to the house. So she does have keys to the house. The back door is always locked. But we know that that's not true. But even then, she would have shown up on the thing, right? Anyway, but that's the contradiction.
And I don't know why they would have left the door unlocked. That doesn't make any sense either. But what I do know is that it's obvious that somebody was there before me. They took the spare key and they went through the front door.
All right. Well, Charles, we're going to give you a break, all right? You can step out of here for now, okay?
Okay. It's not gonna help much, but Charles and we did this one already, right? Yeah, okay. So that's not gonna work. So we did this? No, okay. Did we do Charles and the door? Yay! Okay.
Hey. Yes. I knew you'd find exactly what we needed. Now, I do feel kind of silly not remembering the rear door being open, but that's why 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, right? Good stuff, good stuff. Right, with that photo...
Honestly, that still doesn't make sense to me. But anyways.
And Charles's statement, we definitely have enough to back her into a corner. Let's see how she responds. We'll be live in just a few. All right, bye.
We're back on track, baby. Back on track. We got a little dicey there for a second. Sorry, that was really boring. Why you watched me flail like a fish out of water there. Okay.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, I know we discussed you not having a way of entering that house without being seen, but I do want to revisit that rear door possibility. So let's hypothetically say that if someone were to leave the rear door open for some rare reason, then in theory, you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess in that very rare and specific scenario, it's possible. Sure.
All right, now I want you to take a look at this photo right here, and you tell me, what is it that you notice?
The rear door is left open? Is that what you want me to notice?
Correct. Now, this photo was taken from the crime scene, which means that someone left that door open. So this very rare and specific scenario is actually a fact. Now, we found that rear door unlocked and ajar. Okay, so now with this knowledge, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess given what you've just shown me, yeah, sure, it's possible, but that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't go to the house that day, and I feel like I'm just repeating the same thing over and over.
And why should I believe you?
Look, am I a suspect here? Because you're treating me as if I actually had something to do with this.
No, Rebecca, I am treating you like someone who may have something to hide, because you have indeed hidden information from me. In fact, I might go so far to say that you have straight up lied to me, Rebecca.
What are you even talking about?
Look, when I talked to your dad earlier today, he told me that you have your own set of keys to Daniel's house.
Mm-hmm.
But then you told me that you don't have keys to Daniel's house. So you see, either you or your dad is lying to me.
Yeah. How about that?
Okay, yes, I do have keys to Daniel's house, but that doesn't mean that I was there.
Now, why did you lie to me? All right? Lying to me is only going to make things worse, and you know that.
I don't know. I guess I didn't want you to be suspicious of me.
Well, that obviously did not work out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't.
All right, so now knowing that you do actually have keys to the house, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door whether it was left open or not. Is that correct?
Yes, technically, that is correct. But look, I know that I lied to you about not having keys, but I swear I'm not lying about when I say that I didn't go to the house that day.
All right, well, let's assume that you are telling the truth, okay, and that you did not go to the house that day. Can you think of any reason as to why that door would have been left open, especially when you said that the rear door is never left unlocked? So why is it that on this specific day, that door was left open?
I don't know. Maybe Daniel left it open for some weird reason. That's all I can think of because I don't know. I honestly just don't know.
All right, Rebecca, let's put a pause on this conversation, okay? You can step out of here for now.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Let's wait for his call.
Hey,
Hey.
so you think she's telling the whole truth now? I feel like we got more out of her, and maybe she's being honest, but I still don't know. We still don't have the complete picture, which means technically anything is possible. Alright, we've made some good progress so far, but it's time to really grind this out and get to the bottom of this case. I want to bring all 4 of them back in here for one more round of questioning. The gloves are coming off this time.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
I'll start with Janice. Let's see what more we can get out of her. I'll be back with her in just a sec.
Janice has been through
All right.
the fucking ringer.
Bye.
And we're just like, tell us everything you know, Janice. You murderer. We're not making it easy. We're not making it. Okay, let's do this. All right, Janice, interview 3.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I just want to revisit our discussion regarding your relationship with Emma.
Sorry.
Sure.
Now, there seems to be a lot of trust between the two of you. It seems that she confides in you quite a bit. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Now, see, I'm finding it hard to believe that that level of trust can be built between two people that are simply just neighbors, especially considering the fact that the two of you haven't even been neighbors for all that long.
She's only been living
Hell,
there
I've
for
got
months.
neighbors on my street that I've seen for years, right? And I still don't know their names.
I don't know what to tell you, sir. Our relationship is what it is.
So are you this close with all of your neighbors?
No. I already told you what my relationship was like with most of my neighbors. They keep to themselves and I do the same.
But not with Emma.
No, because Emma actually treats me like a decent human being.
So would you say that you're somewhat of a protector as it pertains to Emma? I mean, you did mention that you look out for her, right?
Don't answer that.
Yes, I do look out for her, but I wouldn't go as far as saying I'm her protector. But yes, I do look out for her.
Now, Janice, we both know that you are capable of taking a human being's life. That's
we
already
both
been proven,
know that you're
right?
a murderer.
That was a really long time ago, sir. And you know why I did that, so don't you dare try to make it seem like I'm some sort of monster.
No, Janice, I don't think that you're a monster. Come on, I don't think that. But with your track record, your desire to look out for Emma, and your knowledge of the abuse that she experienced, I mean, one could easily say that you may have very well had a hand in this murder.
This is bullshit. I knew you would use my past as some sort of justification for killing this man. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess it's my fault for being so damn stupid. Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, But I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you didn't kill him? Why should I believe someone that already has a proven track record for disregarding the law? Huh? Why should I believe you?
Wow.
Look, the truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
Oh shit! She's dropping a bomb. She's dropping a bomb. Bombshell. Okay. So she claims she's going to claim something else that she saw. What could it be? Oh boy, I'm on tenterhooks.
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Well, that's convenient.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know. It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
Were you able to make out any sort of identification, race, sex, body type, anything?
Not really. The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Maybe.
Okay, so you saw
like
a male
coworker
fleeing through the backyard.
That is correct, sir.
Maybe a coworker, maybe a prospective client that was sleeping with Emma, perhaps?
And that's the only thing that you know for sure.
That's all I can remember, sir.
All right, Janice, let's put a quick pause on this conversation.
Sure.
All right.
Also, why didn't you say that before? I mean, okay, no. I do know why she didn't say that before. She doesn't trust cops. Fine.
Well, things just got very interesting, didn't they? This is, of course, assuming she's telling the truth about seeing someone flee through the backyard. Now, it is consistent with the crime scene photos showing the back door slightly open.
Uh-huh.
It would also give an explanation as to why it was left open.
Yeah.
Maybe they were trying to get the heck out of there as fast as possible when they heard Janice come in.
Yep.
But again, this is assuming she's telling the truth.
Is she telling the truth?
Even if she's being honest, it's pretty odd that she can positively state it was a male that she saw, but yet she can't make out any other details? Does that strike you as odd? Or maybe I'm overthinking
I
it.
think you're overthinking it.
What do you think? You think she's telling the truth about that? You think it was a man that she saw, or you think she's got something more that she's hiding?
How the fuck am I
I'll head
supposed
back
to
in
know
once I
that,
get your take on this.
Martin?
Let me know what you think, all right? Talk soon.
Is Janice telling the truth about seeing a man flee? I just feel like it's maybe a little bit convenient to bring up somebody that was fleeing from the home at this point. Right? Like to turn, Sauron's eye away from her. Because she's getting heat. I think it could really go either way, in my opinion. What are we thinking? Just chat. Have I lost you completely? And yeah, I mean, I do think, yeah. Elder saying you agree that it's a little convenient. Honestly, if I were in this situation and I was a different kind of person, I would be like, yeah, I totally saw somebody run away. It was a guy. a guy with hair. Long hair. He was running with a gun or something. If they were on to me or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, just feed them all sorts of lies so that they don't have to pay attention to you anymore. So, I don't think she's telling the truth about seeing this man flee. Even if it does, did we tell her? Did we tell her about the door being open? Does she know about that? I think it's too convenient, honestly. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Janice is not telling the truth about seeing a man flee. Oh, I was right. Yay.
Hey, so you think she's not telling the whole truth, huh?
I think it's too convenient.
Can't argue with you there. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but she really didn't seem too authentic there. Looks like we both got that same read on her. All right, let me press her on this. We'll see if our instincts are correct. Let me head back in. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, so let's
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, you had just finished telling me that upon entering Daniel's house, the day of his death, you saw a man fleeing the crime scene through the backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And yet you fail to identify any other aspect of this person, but yet you can for sure say that this person was a man, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So, Janice, does that make sense?
I'm sorry, sir, does what make sense?
Well, that this whole thing happens as quickly as you say it does. You notice absolutely nothing about this person, but yet you can for sure say that they were a man. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's what I remember, sir. I can't control my memory.
All right, Janice, look, let's cut the shit. All right, none of this makes any sense. None of it. Now, Janice, we have already talked about obstruction of justice. Okay, I can charge you with that very easily if I find out that you are lying or hiding information from me. And Janice, let's not forget that you are also still on probation. Now, do you want to see yourself back in prison?
damn.
Do you want to say goodbye to this nice life that you got going for yourself? Come on, Janice, don't be stupid. You tell me the truth. You tell me exactly what happened inside that house.
All right, look, sir. I may have misspoken, but for the most part, I really have told you the truth.
For the most part.
For the most part.
Look, I heard a gunshot.
Uh-huh.
I rushed over to see if everything was okay.
Uh-huh.
I used a spare key to enter the house.
Uh-huh.
The first thing I saw when I entered the house was someone fleeing through the backyard. I honestly didn't make out anything about them. It happened so fast. And then I went into the bedroom, and that's when I saw Daniel lying there dead. He'd been shot, and it was clear that he was dead. I panicked, left the house, and honestly just wanted to pretend like I never saw anything. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I didn't want to get caught up in this whole mess. Surely you can understand that.
Yeah, Janice, I can understand that. Yeah. All right, so what you just told me, that is the absolute truth?
Yes, sir, that is the absolute truth.
So you can't say for sure that that person you saw is a man. That's what you lied about.
I truthfully couldn't tell you whether it was a man or a woman. It happened that fast.
So then why did you lie about that specifically?
Well, look, I didn't want you guys to think it was Emma. I could see why you think she might have something to do with this. And I didn't want to bring any more attention her way.
But since you have no idea who this person is, then it is possible that it could have been Emma.
I guess so, but I highly doubt it.
Well, look, Janice,
You don't
no
want
offense,
it to be
but
her.
your doubts mean very little to me compared to facts. You know,
Facts over feelings.
I really should charge you with obstructing this investigation.
But I'm not obstructing anything. I've honestly told you everything that I know.
You are walking a slippery slope, Janice. A very slippery slope. All right. Well,
I hate
besides
this cop.
Emma,
This cop sucks.
do you have any idea who this person could have been? Could it have been Charles or maybe Rebecca?
I don't know, sir.
Are there any neighbors or acquaintances of Daniel's that you may be familiar with who he maybe had, I don't know, disagreements or arguments with, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So this really could have been anybody that you saw.
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, well, Janice, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today? Anything at all?
No, officer, I have told you everything.
Well, for your sake, Janice, I really hope you have. All right, we're going to take a final break. Okay, we are almost done here today.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So that's last of Janice, I think.
Well, if she's telling the truth, then that would mean we have someone else to account for. We need to know who was in that house before Janice. And at this point, it could literally be anybody.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to get anything else out of Janice, so we're just going to have to roll with what we got and go from there.
right.
And with this knowledge, I do want to hear from Rebecca again. I got some more questions for her. Let me grab her and get back in.
Okay.
Talk to you in a bit. Bye.
So this is Rebecca interview 3. All right. Let's talk to Rebecca.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, some new information has come up, so we do need to revisit a few items and see if we can get some answers. Now, I have reason to believe that the morning of Daniel's death, somebody was seen fleeing the crime scene through the backyard.
Do you know who this person was?
No.
Well, at the moment, no, I do not. But with the process of elimination, I'm sure that I can make a pretty decent educated guess.
Okay.
So let's look at the facts, okay? Now, with the security cam footage that we currently have, we know that both your dad, as well as your neighbor Janice, were seen entering and leaving the house that morning through the front door.
My dad and Janice?
That is correct. They were both seen entering the house that morning. Now, does that surprise you?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it surprises me too, actually. So see, now this means that the only two people whose time we cannot account for at all
Are yours?
are both you and your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And since we know that that rear door was left open, well, it does make sense that, someone fled in such a hurry that they just didn't have time to shut it. Now, this also means that if this person entered and left through the back, well, then there would be no record of them. So you see, someone who is smart, who knows the layout, also knows that that front door has that security camera, well, they would simply go through the back completely undetected. And since we know that both you and your mom have keys to the house, well, then it is possible that the person that was seen fleeing was one of you two. Now, here's my guess. My guess is that either one of you, you or your mom, opened up that back door with your key, you entered, killed Daniel, and then you get startled when you hear someone at that front door. You flee in such a hurry that you have no time to properly shut and lock that door.
That's assuming if someone was actually seen fleeing. Have you ever considered that maybe the person who told you that is lying?
Yes, of course, sure.
She's so sassy.
But, see, in this scenario, it does give us an answer as to why the crime scene was found in the state that it was. And if we go off of this scenario, well, then I would have to assume that either you or your mom killed Daniel.
That's literally insane. That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So why don't you tell me? What do you think happened? Who was that person that was seen fleeing?
But first of all, we don't even know if somebody was actually seen fleeing. And even if there was, it quite literally could have been anybody.
Really? It could have been anybody?
Yeah, really anybody. Look, what I don't think you know is that Daniel was a pretty big drinker.
Reveals Daniel was a bit of a lush. That contradicts what her mother said about him not touching a drink.
He would hit up the bars in town with his friends. And sometimes they would wind up back at the house late in the evening and they would just drink until morning. I mean, hell, he would even bring strangers home. Literally guys that he had met at the bars that night.
Scandal.
He loved to flash his cash around and just be the center of attention. So yeah, it really could have been anybody that killed Daniel and was seen fleeing. But that's if that's what really happened. And also, you're saying that because my mom and I have keys, then we're the ones who most likely entered through the back door? Have you ever considered that maybe Daniel or one of his friends left the back door open? I mean, you said that you have camera footage of my dad and Janice. Do you also have security cam footage of Daniel?
Did I not
Because
say that earlier?
If he entered through the front door that night, wouldn't he have triggered the camera too?
Well, as a matter of fact, no. We do not have any security cam footage of Daniel entering through the front door that evening. We don't.
Okay. Well, there you go. Probably entered through the back door, left it open, and just forgot about it. The back door being left open quite literally means nothing. And it certainly is not something that should be used to make it seem like my mom or I killed Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. That's insane.
She is like,
well, yeah, him
guys
going
are
through the
fucking
back
idiots.
is certainly possible. Okay, I can't argue with that. And to be honest, I was not aware of Daniel's drinking and social habits.
Well, I mean, not many people were.
Okay. Says he would bring friends and or strangers to the house to drink until early morning. Also said that not many people knew about his drinking problem.
he was really good at making it look like he was a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to go around town and check out some of these bars and talk to the employees, they would be able to corroborate all of this, right? I mean, seeing as though you make it seem like it's a regular occurrence.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Well, that is interesting. It's very, very interesting. All right, let's let this stew for a bit. All right, we'll take a short break, okay? You hang here and I'll be back in just a few.
Very interesting. Right? Very interesting?
Well, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
This case is literally all over the place.
Yes, it is.
It's hard to gauge whether she's telling the truth or not. And to be honest, with the amount of alcohol we found at the crime scene, it is possible that there was at least one other person drinking with her.
There was. I said that.
And she's right. The security cam never triggered that night. There's no recording. It's very possible that Daniel was the one that left that rear door open. Regardless, we need to nail her on something here. My gut's telling me that she is not being completely honest with us. See what you can find and get back to me. There's gotta be something. All right. Thanks.
Damn it. Here we go again. No, wait. Where was the one that said that his blood alcohol was 0.23? No? Okay. Gotta nail her on something that she says she wanted to bring friends, strangers to the house until early morning. And not many people knew about the drinking problem. Oops. I already did this one, right? Yeah. I was thinking that it was her having lied about the fact that he wasn't a big drinker, but clearly that's not it. Okay. Contradicts mom by saying he really drank. Says he would bring friends and or strangers to house to drink until early morning. No. Did I do this one? Yes, I did. Oops. There's like takeout. There's definitely 2 cups there. We've already established that. Okay. Oops. There's change on the floor, too. Don't know what that means. There's nothing else notable. There's also sleeping pills in his body. In his system. But traces of. Well, what does that have to do with anything that she said, though? Oh. Sometimes when you click a lot,
Hey.
things happen.
Yes, great catch, my friend, great catch.
Wait, what could be the great catch there? Something about the drinking? That Janice knows about the drinking? Or that he didn't drink something about the drinking?
These statements definitely contradict and most likely debunk her whole story about his drinking, because either both Janice and Emma are lying, or only she is. The latter seems more likely. Let me get back in there and get some answers. Oh, good stuff. All right, talk soon. Bye.
Alder says, is it the mum in the crime scene photo with all the booze in it? Yeah, I clicked that one, but it didn't work. But yeah, it has something to do with the drinking. And whether or not, like, he is actually a drunk or not is in question. And the fact that there were traces of sleeping pills, I wonder if that is relevant. I'm not sure.
This is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to explore your theory a bit more. Mm-hmm. Now, according to you, Daniel was a big drinker. And he had some people over, they got drunk, they partied till the morning hours, and then someone there shot him. And that's who was seen fleeing the crime scene. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, but again, that's only assuming if someone really was seen fleeing, which we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's a total possibility.
Well, see, I find it funny that you would know that he had been drinking that night because, well, it's the truth, actually. He had been drinking pretty excessively. But see, I never brought that up with you.
Well, you didn't really need to. I mean, like I said, it was a possibility, and it was kind of his regular routine. So I'm not shocked.
Well, I guess what's odd about your theory of him drinking that night is that both your mom and your neighbor Janice had completely different things to say about his so-called regular behavior.
Like what?
Well, according to Janice, she stated that your household was pretty quiet most of the time. In fact, she could not recall any moments of any parties or any loud behavior, things that I would normally associate with a bunch of intoxicated people at odd hours of the night, especially if this was a regular occurrence.
Okay, and so you just believe her?
And why should I not believe her?
I don't know. But you're believing what she's saying at face value, and you're questioning me as if I'm the one who's lying here.
That's fair. That is fair. But see, I also have a contradictory statement from your mom as well. Now see, your mom, she stated that Daniel hardly ever drank. In fact, your mom could not remember the last time that she saw him have a drink. So what, is your mom also lying?
Okay, so maybe Daniel didn't drink all the time per se, okay? Okay, but listen, I swear I have seen him drink a few times while I've been living there, okay?
Over the past
And
month.
every single time, it was when he was really stressed and he would always get completely hammered. I mean, he was obviously in a very stressful situation, given the fact that my mom was filing a police report against him, and he was put on leave from his job. So,
That's a new tidbit. Says he was stressed. Police report on leave from job. Was that mentioned in the text messages? I don't remember. I know that there was like a presentation or something at his job.
it would make sense that he would be drinking and maybe invite some friends over. Okay? Like, I don't know. It made sense.
So why did you exaggerate Daniel's drinking?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't
A good
Mr.
guy.
Perfect like everybody thought he was.
Yeah, see, I still find it strange that you would assume that he had been drinking when even you have now, stated that he didn't even drink all that often.
I didn't assume. Like I said, it was a possibility. Given the situation, it made sense.
All right, so just to be very clear, your theory of Daniel drinking that night is simply just a theory. This isn't actual firsthand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is just a possibility of what could have happened that night.
All right, well, I guess there isn't that much more to cover. So look, is there anything else that you need to tell me? Anything important you feel I should know?
No, not that I can think of.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, well, Rebecca, we are almost done for the day, okay? So I just need you to hang here at the station for a little while longer, all right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, we'll give you a break for now. Thank you.
Damn. This is a slog, man. He thinks it's okay.
Well, her theory about Daniel drinking that night is a little too spot on. It doesn't necessarily mean she's lying, but I'm not sure we should take it at face value either. I think it's time we bring Emma back in here since she has no alibi for that morning either. We need to know if that person fleeing was her or not. Let me get her in here and see what I can do. Talk soon. Bye.
Okay. All right, Emma. Bring it home.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, look, Emma, we're just going to jump right into things here. We've been here for quite a while today, and I have listened to a lot of different statements, some truthful, some not so truthful. Either way, though, I am starting to come to some conclusions, but there are still some things that I do need to clear up, especially as it pertains to you.
Of course. That's why I'm here.
All right, well, first things first, I do want to acknowledge that we may not have handled your initial police report as best as we could have.
I'm glad you see it that way too.
I do. But unfortunately, it does give you more of a reason to kill Daniel. Now, perhaps you took matters into your own hands because you didn't get the expected results from law enforcement. Now, is that maybe what happened?
We've already gone over this. The answer is absolutely not.
Look, Emma, if everything that you filed in that police report is accurate, all right, I want you to know that I understand that you were also a victim in this whole situation, okay? I understand that. But see,
here's what I'm thinking. If there was somebody fleeing from the scene that Janice saw, and it was her, she would have that cast on and would have recognized that it was Emma. Would she not have? Like, she would have been like, but I also understand that she would probably protect Emma if she knew that it was her. So that was just a thought that I had.
When I zoom out and I look at the bigger picture, I can't help but have my doubts that you weren't somehow involved.
I've already told you the truth. I was at that motel the entire day. I never got anywhere near that house the day Daniel was killed.
Yes, you have told me that. But see, without anyone that can corroborate your story, yeah, I do have my suspicions. Emma, you have the biggest motive and justification for killing Daniel. You really do. I mean, after what he supposedly did to you, and then you go to the police and then you see that nothing comes of it, yes, I can see why you would take matters into your own hands, okay? I would understand that. Hell, a lot of people in your situation would do the exact same thing, Emma.
He didn't supposedly do anything to me. He
He
assaulted me, and then he threatened to kill me.
with a gun.
Those aren't supposed theories. Those are facts. They actually happened. So please be more respectful with how you choose your words, because how you're framing it right now is not okay.
You're right. You're right. And I am sorry. That was a very poor choice of words on my part. I am sorry. But look, it still does not change the fact that you benefit the most from Daniel's death, now does it?
I'm not going to answer that. We've already been through this. And my answer isn't going to change no matter how many different ways you ask me that question.
So, despite the fact that you have such a clear and strong motive, I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you don't have an alibi? I'm just simply supposed to take the word of the person who benefits the most in this situation when they have absolutely nothing to prove that they weren't somehow involved? And let's also look at the fact that you were the one best suited to avoid that front security camera, right? You know it's there, and you know how it triggers its recordings. Emma, you could have easily gone around the back, killed Daniel, and then left. I mean, what is there to say that that did not happen?
Because it didn't. Okay. Why is it so hard for you to believe the truth? Why is it so hard?
Emma, because I don't know the truth. Okay, that's why. And until I know the truth, yes, I am absolutely going to question everything. And right now, you are telling me that I should believe you because you say it's the truth? Well, look, Emma, I have got news for you. Everybody that sits in that chair seems to always be telling me the truth. And I mean always. I literally get nothing but the truth until it isn't.
Look, I can understand from your perspective why you would doubt what I'm telling you. But I swear, I was at that motel the entire day. I only left early to grab breakfast. That was it. Look, I know there's nothing that can prove that I was at that motel, but there's also nothing that can prove that I wasn't. And I am telling you the truth. I swear.
All right,
Wait,
Emma, you
what
know
did
what?
she say?
You are right. We are just going around in circles here. So, look, we are going to take a quick break, all right?
Okay. Do I have to stay here?
Yes, you do, please.
Shit.
Well, I'm not too sure I made any progress just now.
Nope, you didn't.
The main thing that we gotta assess here is whether or not we think she's telling the truth about being at the motel that day. Because she's right. We have nothing to prove she was there or not.
Yeah.
All we have is her word. This one's a pure judgment call, and honestly, I'm not sure. Once again, I'm going to trust you on this. Look things over and let me know what you think. But take your time and make sure you get this right.
Don't
I have
say
a feeling that moving forward, a lot is going to be based on how we play this. All right, call me when you made up your mind. Bye.
I think, are you going to be at the motel later? He messages her at 10:23. I think the only thing are these text messages. However, we don't have any text messages that are coming in between 2:27 from September 11th until 10:23 the next day after he's been killed, after he's dead. The okay stop by whenever. Oh, wait, this is Charles. Let me look at Rebecca. Or, sorry, Emma. Whatever. I really need to see you. Can you be at the motel in about an hour? Yeah, this is hard. Is Emma telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder? How am I supposed to know that? There's literally a gap of time. I think it might have something to do with Charles and what he says. He brought her dinner. I don't remember which one it was where she says, Emma, one.
All right. Elaborating a little bit more on this relationship that you two.
And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot and he was pretty funny. So we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I think he had the wrong impression. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. I tried to de-escalate the situation by leaving, but then he blocked me with his body and backed me into a corner. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to tell him the truth. But what was I supposed to say? I already told him the truth. So then I pushed him off of me. And that's when he yanked me really hard by the arm and threw me to the floor. Oh my God, it hurt like hell. And then when I was on the ground, he kept yelling and screaming at me over and over. I mean, I can't even remember what he was saying.
Was he drinking that night?
No, the man hardly ever drank at all. I mean, I can't even remember the last time he had a drink.
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was
there. He kept telling me how sorry he was. And he just kept...
That's not what I was looking. What was I looking for? The day of. Emma 3, maybe?
the entire day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't leave at all, not even to get food or anything like that?
Actually, I did leave the motel that morning. It was quick though. I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel. I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all, any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not. It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7.
So she left the motel at 7 to go get breakfast. She was there for a little bit. She went right back, apparently. Okay. What are my spidey senses going off about here? We know that he was killed between 7 and 8. 7 and 9 in the morning.
So you did not leave the motel at all, any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then how was it that you got your dinner that day?
Charles stopped by that evening to bring me dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yes, it was.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6-ish.
Around 6-ish. Now, did Charles bring you anything else?
Like what?
Like anything besides the dinner itself?
I don't think so.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm going to assume that if I were to stop by that diner and talk to some of the folks there, that someone who was working that morning would be able to verify that you were indeed there getting your breakfast around 7 a.m. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning, and let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening. Is there anyone else that can account for your time, say between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day?
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
All right, so just to make sure that I have this clear, you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
So see, based on what I have so far, it seems to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked together. I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, because Emma, the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the same day that he was killed.
But that doesn't make any sense.
So the only thing that I'm thinking of is if she doesn't have an alibi between 7:30 and 6, we know that he was killed in and around 8:50 in the morning. That gives her an 7:30, 8:30, an hour and change, hour and a half, let's say, that she could have gone to his house to commit the murder. I don't know what the distance between this motel and her house is. I don't know. We know the name of the hotel. I don't think I can look it up. I don't think there's that capability in this game.
I mean, neither of them would do something like that.
Emma, how can you be so sure of that?
Well, in Janice's case, she had no reason to do such a thing. She hardly even knew Daniel.
Right, but she knows you. And she knows what you've been through. I am sure that Janice can empathize with you. You don't think so?
Janice is on probation. She's been through a really difficult and unfortunate situation. She served her time and she has a good life now. You think she would screw all that up for some guy she hardly knows? Or me, her neighbor?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, she wouldn't.
All right, well then what about Charles? Because he was also seen entering Daniel's house that day. And we have already established that you are clearly someone important enough in his life to look out for. I mean, maybe he was, trying to care for you. Maybe, protect you.
Charles is not a killer. Does he care for me? Yes, and I care for him too. We've known each other for a really long time. But it's just not in his character to do something like that. He would never kill someone, or even think about doing something like that, for that matter. It's just not who he is.
All right, Emma, give me a second, okay? I'll be right back.
I mean, it's possible. I'm gonna say that like, if nobody can account for her whereabouts between 7:30 and 8:50, 9 o'clock, whatever, it's totally possible that she could have done it. She could have driven to the house and done it, and driven back, and nobody would have known. Maybe even with the daughter. So I'm going to say, is Emma telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder? I'm going to say no. She's not telling the truth about being at the motel the day of the murder. Oh, shit.
Hey, so you think she's lying, huh? Like I said, I'm not too sure, but I'll trust your judgment here. Let's approach it from that angle and see what happens. All right, let me get back in there. Bye.
I hope it's right. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm not a detective. I'm just a human being. Right? I mean, come on, guys. Back me up here. In theory, even if she is got incapacitated, she's left-handed. Reasonable doubt. That's all you need, right? Well, in court, I guess. We're not in court.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, look, I hate to say it, but I am having a very difficult time believing that you were at the motel during the time of Daniel's death. Now, the fact that nobody can account for your time besides you, yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all. Especially when I take into consideration what Janice had told me earlier.
And that is?
Well, she mentioned that when she entered the house that morning, she saw somebody fleeing out the back. Now, we already know that Charles came in through the front door. So my guess is the person that Janice saw was either you or Rebecca. The two people that do not have an alibi. Two people that are very aware of that security camera by the front door, and two people who for sure have access to that rear door. Look, I know that it was one of you two. Either you or Rebecca killed Daniel. Isn't that the truth?
Look, it doesn't matter what I tell you, does it? You're not going to believe me anyway, are you?
Oh, I will believe you. I will believe the truth as soon as I actually hear it.
Look, for the last time, Rebecca and I had nothing to do with Daniel's death. That could have been anybody that Janice saw, if that's even what happened. But you are so hell-bent on it being one of us. So look, I'm done. This is pointless. I tried to help, but you just keep pushing your agenda, so I'm not going to answer any more questions until I speak with an attorney.
No, not an attorney.
So that's it. So now you want an attorney? Right when I'm getting so close to the truth, huh? Are you aware how that looks, Emma? It doesn't look good for you. It doesn't look good at all.
I don't care how it looks. I'm done.
She fucking
All right, well,
lawyered
then I guess
up.
we're gonna put a pause on this, aren't we?
Damn it.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Well, listen, you don't have to answer any more questions, okay? But if you can please just stay at the station so I can wrap up the rest of my interviews, I would really appreciate that. Can you at least do that?
Whatever. That's fine.
Thank you.
Whatever. It's fine. Wow. Lawyered up. Shut down. Okay.
Well, shit. That's gonna be a wrap for her today. Kinda convenient that she decides to lawyer up as soon as we start applying some real pressure, isn't it? Yeah. It still doesn't feel like she's being completely honest. But it doesn't really matter. She's not gonna talk anymore, that's for sure. We're gonna have to take what we've gotten from her so far and go from there, huh? That said, I want to hear from Charles again. I need to know what he has to say about all this. Let me get him back in here. Hang tight.
Okay. We're going to do Charles. And maybe one more. And maybe you'll have to do a part 3. I'm tired. We haven't done a multi-part
Okay, this
in a long
is
time.
a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I know that you've been here for quite a while today, so I'm going to do my best to get right to the point, all right?
Great, I appreciate that.
Of course. Now, after reviewing everything so far, it really does seem that either Rebecca or Emma may have had some involvement with Daniel's death.
There's no way. And I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that either one of them did this.
Now, Charles, I can completely understand why you would feel like that, okay? I really do. But we have to look at the facts, Charles. Now, as of right now, Rebecca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted for. They're also both very aware that that front door has a security camera, which could have recorded them. They also have keys to the house, so they could have entered through that rear door. But most importantly, Charles, they both have a motive.
What possibly could be Rebecca's motive?
Charles, Rebecca is aware of the abuse that her mom has experienced, okay? She went to the hospital. She saw firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother. Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never lays a finger on her mother again? Well, simply end his life.
Well,
Problem solved.
kill his ass.
That's ridiculous. That's your motive? Heck, you might as well consider me the one that killed him. I mean, I care about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her. So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
Kind of.
Oh my God, wow. Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, Charles, you might be right, okay? You might. Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this. But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at her. Now, she's a mom. She seems to be a really good person who seems to care a lot about her daughter. Now, we know that Daniel not only threatened to kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent. Wouldn't you want to protect your child in a situation like that?
I mean, of course I would. I mean, she's my daughter too. So I'm in the same exact situation as Emma. But I'm not going to kill someone.
Well, Charles, maybe, maybe not. Okay, but the difference between you and Emma is that at least your time is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel. All right? Well, then we got to go back to Rebecca. And if Emma, or even you for that matter, knew that Rebecca
Alder
had
thinks
killed
the daughter
Daniel,
did it.
well,
Oh,
wouldn't you
interesting.
do your
Okay.
absolute best to protect her? Wouldn't you lie and do everything that you could to cover it up?
No, I wouldn't, and neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to believe, man.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all that time with them, do you think either one of them is capable of murder? I mean, do you believe that?
Truthfully, Charles, I don't know.
Well, regardless of what you think, the answer is no. It's a 100% no.
Well, Charles, since you seem to be so adamant about it not being Rebecca or Emma, why don't you tell me, what do you think happened?
I already told you what I think.
Well, Charles, please, refresh my memory.
I brought it up earlier today, and you seemed pretty dismissive of it then. But I still think this guy might have taken his own life. Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress, and we know he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he did to Emma. Like, no sane person reacts that way. And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I gotta be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation? Because it seems like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
All right, well, Charles, that is noted. Look, we're going to take a short break, all right? I want to
Pointing the finger at Janice, eh? Seems off, Charles says.
Okay, he's being real defensive of Rebecca and Emma. But I honestly can't blame him. I do have to admit, I can't picture either Rebecca or Emma being capable of taking someone's life. But as I told him earlier, crazier things have happened for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about his Janice theory? He seemed pretty convinced that Janice may have been involved. But why bring it up now?
Yeah.
Is it to protect himself and his family?
It's the same thing about the guy.
Or is
running
there
out the back
actually
of the
some
door
legitimacy to his
with
theory?
Janice.
Well, either way, let's see if we can trip him up. To be honest, I'm pretty drained.
Same.
All these interviews today are starting to blur together. Work your magic one last time. See if you can find any evidence that pokes holes in his statement. I know we gotta have something.
Oh,
All right, give me a call when you got something.
Martin, I'm
soon.
tired, bro. Okay. Um. they never interacted, right? It was just Janice and Emma. Oh, I already did that one. Ow. Hmm. Something that he said about um
Becca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted.
it has to do something with Janice.
So what? Does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
Everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense.
To kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent.
When did he threaten to kill Rebecca? I don't remember that. I don't remember that. When did that come up?
You want to protect your child is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video.
And neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to believe, man.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all...
You seem to be so adamant about it not...
Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress. And we...
Maybe something to do with the autopsy report? Hmm.
You know, he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he did to Emma. Like, no sane person reacts that way. And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm.
Oh. Something about his firm? Was that mentioned in his text messages? I don't remember.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I got to be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation? Because it seems like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
All right, well, Charles, that is noted. Look, we're going to take a short break.
Can I stop by your office? I want to know how the Anderson meeting. Sure, I'm here. Cool. See you in a few. Hey, is everything okay? I heard the police were here talking to you. Did something happen? I'm too tired to like try and figure this out right now. I mean, he says so many things in that interview that we could contradict, but it doesn't seem to trigger it. I was thinking, like, okay, suicide could be, but wouldn't it have gone flying out of his hand, and he has blood on his hand already? I just want to look at his hand. The pattern on his hand is really interesting. Like the blood, the gun is completely clean. It's very... There's also, like... I feel like he was already laying on the bed like that, and somebody came up and shot him while he was passed out. That's what I think happened. Because it doesn't look like there was much of a struggle. And it kind of looks like Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino laying there on the bed. Taron Quintino. And like how neatly the gun is just like laid in his hand is just too much. We already did this, right? I don't think this don't have anything to do with it. Okay. Fuck. Okay, so it's not him. I don't think it's something that he said that contradicts something. No, we already did that. I'm stumped. And or I don't care enough right now to try and figure this out. I think I'm done. I've reached my point where I'm like, okay, no. That's it. For today, anyways. We need to see this through to the end. We do. We need to see this through to the end.
Hospital. She saw firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother. Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never...
I care about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her. So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
I hate leaving this
Oh my
unfinished.
God, wow.
Fuck.
Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense.
I did that already. And there's no hints. I can't hint. No hints. Nothing. I'm stumped. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm also just tired. Using too much brain power. It's like doing the puzzles in Mass Effect and or Dragon Age, where it's like tedious fucking... My brain is like, I don't want to do this. There is no dopamine hit associated with this.
whatsoever.
Well, Charles, you might be right, okay? You might. Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this. But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at. Now, you're a parent. Video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel.
I already did that. Okay, that was
Hey.
luck.
Well, shit. I feel like an idiot. Now that you point these things out, it's pretty obvious.
Oh, I don't know what I
I
pointed
really
out.
can't believe I spaced on the autopsy report. Like I said, I'm pretty wiped. I'm definitely not at 100%. Good thing I got you working with me, though, right? Look, I know I've said this before, but I really do appreciate you. I mean that.
Thanks, Martin.
You know, I gotta say, we're a pretty damn good team. All right, let me get back to it. Bye.
Martin, I don't think I can do another interrogation, brother. Oh, no. Oh, now we have to. Sorry, guys. We've come this far. We might as well. Fucking hell.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, Charles, I want to dig right back into this, all right? I want to go over a few things that you had stated earlier, okay?
Sure.
Now, I want to revisit this theory of a possible suicide. Now, that has been mentioned a few times today, and I'm realizing that I've only shared secondhand information. So, Charles, I want you to take a look at this, all right? Now, that is an official copy of the autopsy report. Now, I want you to look at the section labeled Final Diagnosis, right there. Now, you'll see there that it states that suicide is considered highly unlikely.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a suicide. I'm still not 100% convinced, though.
Well, to be fair, Charles, you are not the person that needs to be convinced. Now, regardless, let's move on to your other theory, okay? And that being Janice and her possible involvement. Now, I have to admit, I did have some similar thoughts to you when I spoke with Janice earlier today. Now, I didn't get, any weird vibes or anything like that, but her past certainly does not do her any favors, especially in this situation. And then after hearing you mention the way that she acted when the two of you met, well, yeah, that did raise my suspicions a bit more. But see, Charles, there is a problem here.
And that is?
Well, see, according to Janice, the two of you never actually met. In fact, she claims that she doesn't know anything about you.
And you believe her?
Charles, I don't know what to believe, all right? But her statement does seem to contradict yours, so someone is lying to me. Now, she also stated
Right. Yeah,
that she
did say-
saw someone flee the house through the back door at the exact same time that she entered the house.
So she was the person that entered the house before me. And that's why the door was unlocked?
That is correct.
Well, who did she see?
Well, see, that's the thing, all right? She wasn't able to make out who that person was, so unfortunately, that part is still a mystery. Now, Charles, there is one other thing to note here, all right? Somehow, Rebecca seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking very heavily that day, all right? Now, that is not typical behavior for Daniel, okay? At least based on what I've gathered so far. Now, she did say that this was just an assumption, all right? But I gotta say, that assumption was pretty damn accurate. I mean, hell, you were there, right? You saw all that booze. So, what do you think? Do you still believe in this Janice theory?
Yes, I do. Even more so now. I think she played you big time.
Really? And why would you say that?
Look, as you just mentioned, Janice went in the house before me. I mean, she could literally say anything she wants to clear her name. There are no witnesses. I mean, she could be lying about seeing someone flee. I mean, what proof do you have that any of this actually happened? What, Janice's word?
Hey,
Do you
Slug City,
think a
welcome.
convicted murderer is going to tell the truth? Of course not. They're going to lie about everything. I mean, why in the world would you believe anything that she has to say? I mean, what has she done to earn your trust?
Well, honestly, nothing. But if she did kill Daniel, then why are her prints not on that gun?
She could have easily wiped the gun down and placed it in Daniel's hand. I mean, did you find anybody else's prints on the gun?
No, we did not.
Well, there you go.
All right, your theory about Janice is certainly a possibility, okay? Maybe she is lying. But see, if we go with that, then we really do need to explore all possibilities, Charles, and that includes you.
You already know that Janice went in the house before me, and you know that I have absolutely nothing to do with this.
Do I really know that, though?
Yes, you do.
See, Charles, I don't know. Okay, I don't know, because we are both aware that you are very capable of putting on a very good performance.
What are you talking about?
Charles, I am talking about that little performance that you put on for the security camera, in which you tried to make it seem like the reason that you were at Daniel's house was because you were there to pick up some of Emma's belongings.
Yeah, you liar.
Now, what is there to say that you weren't the one that entered through the back door? I mean, you could have easily gotten the keys from either Emma or Rebecca, right? You go inside the house, okay? You kill Daniel. You're the one that wipes down that gun. You put the gun in Daniel's hand to try to make it seem like a suicide, and then that's when you hear someone at that front door. Now, in a panicked state, you flee, okay? And you're in such a rush that you forget to shut that back door. Now, here's the good part. You later come back to the house, all right? You come back to make it seem like you were there for a completely different reason. Now, you know that that front door has the security camera and it's going to record you, which is great for you because now we can account for your time.
I mean, that's a pretty good theory.
So you enter the house, you come back out with some of Emma's belongings, hence making it seem like that was the reason for your visit. So yeah, Charles, maybe you are right. Maybe Emma and Rebecca have nothing to do with this. Maybe they are simply trying to protect you. So what do you think about that theory, Charles?
I think you have an incredible imagination. And I think you'll make up whatever shit you have to close this case. That's what I think. But I am done cooperating.
Oh, no, don't lawyer
I'll
up.
speak to you again when I have
No!
an attorney. But for now, we're done.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Charles, did you kill Daniel?
No, and I told you we're done.
All right. Well, look, Charles, you don't have to answer any more questions today, okay? But you do need to stay at the station for just a little while longer, right? Now, we are almost done, and then you can go home, all right?
He's shaking his head.
Whatever,
No, I ain't
that's
staying
fine.
for shit.
All right.
All right. Well, I have a feeling that I'm going to have to make a decision on who I think killed Daniel.
Okay, that went somewhat well, I guess. But now we got both he and Emma wanting to lawyer up. I think we're at the end of our rope here. We need to make a decision. There is a lot to consider here. Many possibilities of what could have happened, but ultimately, there is only one chain of events that's correct. You've got plenty of evidence and footage to steer you in the right direction. I trust you to put the pieces together.
No, so much
Let's
pressure.
make sure we get this right. First, I want you to look things over carefully and let me know who you think committed this murder.
Oh, no.
Once we've nailed that down, we can discuss things further. All right. Take your time and get back to me.
I'll
talk to you soon. Bye.
I don't want to do this now. Who killed Daniel Murphy? What do we know? For everyone that's still here. Because that took a lot longer than I thought it would. What do we know? We know that Emma her whereabouts cannot be accounted for between 7:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning, which is when Daniel was killed, when the shot was heard. Well, technically, we don't have any alibi for her until 6 p.m. when Charles showed up at the motel with dinner for her. Automatically, I think Charles did it. I'm actually really convinced. I'm quite convinced by Detective Ruiz, his theory that he just put forth. I don't think Emma and I did it, and I don't think Rebecca did it. While they do have motive to do that, I think Charles has more of a motive to protect both his ex-wife and his daughter from this monster. You know? As for Janice, I don't think she would put herself in a position to be put back in jail for Emma, no matter how close they were, based on what I've seen. I think Charles... The text messages that he sent to Emma being like, I need to talk to you, roughly an hour and a half after after Daniel died, and Daniel was killed, after seeing Daniel's dead body. Sorry, an hour after he saw Daniel's body, or 2 hours after he killed him. Is also suspect. And he did say that he was going to fucking kill him. Right? I think it's Charles. I'm not convinced by Emma, and I'm not convinced by Rebecca. I feel like Janice has more to lose, has the most to lose by doing this, so I don't think it's her. And I feel Charles is probably still, I don't know, maybe I'm just making up shit. Charles is still quite in love with his ex-wife. Oh, I just got one of those scam texts. I'm going to choose Charles. What does chat think for people that have been there from the beginning? I know that Alder thinks that the daughter did it, if you're still here. But I really am not convinced by that. I'm not convinced that it was... I'm not convinced that it was her. For the reasons I stated. I think somebody was just messaging me. The fuck? Weird. Anyway. Slug says Rebecca did it. Just a guess. You haven't even... Yeah, okay. That's a guess. Okay. I'm going to choose Charles. Let's just do it. I'm not even going to review any of the footage. If I get it wrong, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to hazard a guess. I'm going to hazard a guess. I'm going to do it. I think he could have been convinced enough to buy Emma and Rebecca to do it on their behalf, or just simply because he's already shown that he's a good actor, like Detective Ruiz said, and he's already shown that he has trouble controlling his temper. You know? So I'm going to say Charles. Fingers crossed it's right. I don't know.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay, so you think Charles killed Daniel, huh?
Yeah.
I can see that being the case here.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I trust your judgment.
Okay, well, we'll
Now,
see.
I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a good idea of what actually happened. But listen, I need you to keep this between you and I, okay?
Okay.
Considering everything that went down, and the reasons Charles would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder.
Yeah.
He may be able to get out of this in court, but he could very well end up in prison for a very long time.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm not sure he deserves that. Who knows what could have happened to Emma or Rebecca had he not taken matters into his own hands. Now,
Fair.
what I'm about to say can get us in some pretty deep shit, maybe
Okay.
even fired.
Tell me.
But I can always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let him go home.
Oh, a
And if
moral
we're pushed to
dilemma.
continue the investigation later, then we'll deal with it at that time. But for now, we can let him go. I'm really not sure what to do here. This whole situation is just really complicated. Your decision-making has been great so far. I'll follow your lead on this one as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Charles, or if you want me to let him go. I'm willing to accept responsibility for our actions, regardless of what we do.
Oh, shit.
Just be
That's
prepared to
so
do the
much
same.
pressure.
All right? Talk to you soon.
Oh, my God. Okay, well, I had my doubts about the history of domestic violence that occurred between Emma and Daniel since they were together for such a short time. But just given what Janice said, I don't know. It depends on if we want to be like vigilantes and, kind of taking the law into our own hands and dealing with it that way, or we're just going to disregard the law completely. Are we going to follow the letter of the law and be like, are we going to go more of the eye for an eye sort of route? That's a tough one. What are we thinking here? Because automatically, I think that anybody that is going to defend someone that has been abused or and ended up, like anyone that is going to commit murder on an abuser or something like that, my gut, my emotional reaction is like, yeah, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? But if there is disregard for the law, that will just perpetuate more disregard for the law. This is my thought process, okay? Don't come for me. So, like, we might as well just not have any laws at all, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at, I suppose. So maybe we should charge Charles because he did break the law. Or, well, allegedly he did break the law. So we would like to go through the proper procedures and process in order to see if he actually did break the law. Although he did it for good reason. You know what I mean? What are we thinking? I don't know. Chat, tell me. Tell me, what are we thinking? That's my thought process, is to charge him, because if we're going to be like, okay, you did it because of this, we'll let it slide. Like, what's the point in having laws then? If we can just like willy-nilly, you know what I'm saying? Do we want Charles in charge? I think that we should charge him. Although it's giving me the opportunity to not charge him, I'm going to charge him, I think. If Chat has no strong feelings either way. Sorry for anyone that... And if it wasn't him that did it, hopefully we'll find that out in court.
Okay, let's charge him. I guess nobody's above the law, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for making that decision for us. I'm sure it wasn't easy. And listen, I respect your judgment here.
Okay.
Sometimes we just got to do what's right, no matter what. I get it. All right, let's wrap this up. Let me go get Charles and officially charge him. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Oh my God, he's going to be like, it wasn't me, it was the one-armed man. And I'll be like, oh shit. All right, here we go.
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So, look, Charles, after reviewing all of the evidence as well as the statements made today, I am officially charging you with the murder of Daniel Murphy.
What? You're charging me?
That is correct, Charles.
That is ridiculous. And you know that. I didn't kill anybody. Are you serious?
Charles, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today before we take you into custody?
You're really serious?
Remain silent.
Yes, Charles, I absolutely am.
You're making a huge mistake. You hear me? A huge mistake. God, this police department is a joke. It's a goddamn joke.
Charles, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today?
Did I make a mistake?
No, my attorney and I will deal with this shit. You're charging me with murder? Really? This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this shit.
All right, well, Charles, since there's nothing else that you would like to add to your statement today, I'm going to ask that you please stand up for me. Charles, I need you to stand up. I need you to turn around, and I need you to put your hands directly behind your back. You stay there just like that, okay?
Maybe I should change the camera angle. It's a little weird. Whoa, he's a big man. Holy fuck, man.
Go ahead and sit down. Now listen, Charles, I am going to go and get some officers that can properly escort you out of here, okay? Okay.
Oh, I feel bad. Oh, I feel bad. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was Janice. Oh, no. I just ruined this man's life.
That was lovely, huh? You know, I gotta say that after all that, I think we may have screwed this one up.
Oh, no!
I just can't shake this feeling that we charged the wrong person.
Oh,
which means we just let someone get away with murder and possibly ruin Charles's life. I hope to God I'm wrong, but...
No, you're probably right,
don't
Martin.
know.
You're right, Martin.
Just doesn't feel right.
We fucked up.
Well, there's not much more we can do on our end. It's up to the courts now. Thanks a bunch for everything today. I appreciate it. Until next time, I guess.
Martin, this is your fucking fault.
Care.
You're the one that did that really, really convincing theory. Oh, no. We just ruined somebody's life, guys. Well, I just ruined somebody's life. Actually, no, it wasn't me. It was fucking Martin and his stupid theory. It was his theory that ruined everything. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Charles. The courts will sort you out, bud. I hope you got a good lawyer. Oh no. These are your results when asked to seek the truth. You got 2 out of 6 correct. View. No, I don't want to review spoilers. Ramon Hamilton. Lacey Bingham. Well, okay, so that was that game. I feel very unresolved because I may have put a innocent man behind bars. So there's that. I feel bad. I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad. You've completed the case. You can start a new game to make different choices or replay the ending. Should we replay the ending? Oh. Okay, we're going to replay the ending. So I'm going to go with Alders and say if it was Rebecca that did it. Alder said that it was Rebecca. Because it had to have been the person that didn't have... We might as well just... Oh, shit! Alder was correct.
Hey. Okay, so you think Rebecca killed Daniel, huh? You know, I actually think you hit the nail on the head
Slug,
here.
you were also correct. Sorry.
I do trust your judgment. And even though she doesn't seem like she has it in her, it really does seem that she's the one that killed him. Now, I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a fairly decent picture of what actually happened, even if there are a few holes that still need to be filled.
Fuck.
But listen.
Good job.
What I'm about to say
did not
stays
think
between
it was
you
her.
and me, okay? Considering everything that went down with her mom and Daniel, and the reasons Rebecca would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder.
But yeah,
she may
I guess
be able to get
because
out of
she
this in
didn't
court, but she
have
could very well end up in prison for a very long time.
an alibi.
And honestly,
sense.
I'm not sure that she deserves that. Her life could be ruined at such a young age.
Who fucking cares?
Now, what I'm about to say can get us
That's
in some
terrible.
pretty deep shit. Maybe even fired. But I can always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let her go home. And if we're pushed to continue the investigation later, well, then we'll deal with it at that time.
No,
But for
nobody
now,
is above the
we
law.
can't let her go.
Detective Ruiz.
I'm really not sure what to do here. This whole situation is just really complicated.
Yeah.
Now, your decision-making has been great so far, so I'll follow your
has it
lead on
been,
this one
though?
as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Rebecca, or if you want me to let her go. I'm willing to accept responsibility for
I
her
didn't
actions,
even know what her name was when I
regardless of
just
what
found her
we do.
name. Sorry, what the story was.
Just
I
be
just found her
prepared to do
name
the same.
suspicious. Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, talk to you soon.
Yes, we are going to charge Rebecca.
Hey. Okay, let's charge Rebecca. I'm with you. Like I said earlier, I think you hit the nail on the head here. All the evidence really does point to her. It's just...
Does it,
It's
though?
just unfortunate that she's gone and screwed up her life at such a young
I'm
age.
still not convinced, to
But I
be
guess
honest,
actions do have
but-
consequences,
Okay.
right? Look,
But also,
sure this was a-
now that I think about it, the footage of him, of like Charles being like, I'm going to fucking kill you is a bit of a red herring.
hard
but-
decision to make. I respect your judgment. Sometimes we just gotta do what's right, no matter the circumstance.
Or like misdirection.
I get it. All right, let me grab Rebecca and formally charge her. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, let's see and also how smug she was. You know.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, after reviewing all of the evidence and the statements made today, I am officially charging you with the murder of Daniel Murphy. Now, Rebecca, did you hear what I just said to you?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
So is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today
want
before
my
we take you
mommy.
into custody?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Oh.
I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
So Rebecca, I don't understand what do you mean by you didn't mean to kill him? Oh, come on, Rebecca, no more games, no more lies, all right? Just tell me exactly what happened, please.
Okay. 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 Me and my dad were driving back to his house the night that Daniel threatened to kill me and my mom. I told my dad I wasn't comfortable with him having a gun inside the house because I thought he was going to do something stupid and try and kill me or my mom, kill both of us. So I told my dad that I wanted to go to the house in the morning and check if Daniel was there. And if he wasn't, I wanted to go inside the house and try and find the gun and
Oh,
take
so
it.
she told her dad that. Got it.
Obviously, my dad was not okay with that idea, and he told me not to do it. And I told him that I wouldn't do it. I told him I wouldn't go.
But you didn't listen to your dad, and you went there anyways.
Yeah. I went back the next morning, kind of early, like, I think it was like between 8:30 and 9. I was just checking to see if he was there. And when I checked, his car wasn't in the driveway like it usually was. So I thought, okay, this is the perfect opportunity. And I didn't want to be seen on the front security camera. So
Dad
I
did
went
it.
through
Oh, you
I
went
went
through
through
the
the back.
Okay.
Like I said, I thought he wasn't home, but to my surprise, he was. He was passed out on the living room couch. There was alcohol everywhere. But the gun was sitting right there on the coffee table. So I went to grab the gun.
And then he woke up.
And when I grabbed the gun, that's when he woke up. And it happened, everything happened really
so
fast. He got up, he charged at me, he was grabbing me, he was trying to grab the gun. And somehow we just ended up in the bedroom. And we struggled for a few seconds, and the gun went off. And he dropped, and he stopped moving. And that was it. That's what happened.
And then you placed the gun in his hand to try and pass it off as a suicide. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I did. I tried to make it look that way.
And I'm assuming that you wiped down the gun to remove the fingerprints. Is that correct?
Yeah. I used my shirt the best that I could. And before that, I tried to put things back that had fallen during our struggle because I didn't want it to look like anybody else was in the house that day. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if it was going to work. I was scared. And as I was putting the gun in his hand, I heard the front door open. I didn't know who it was. I thought maybe it was my dad and that maybe he had come to try and find the gun and take it instead of me, but I honestly didn't know who it was.
Oh, so Janice wasn't lying.
So I left. I left as fast as I could, and I went out through the back door, and that's why the back door was left open. I didn't have time to shut it. I was scared.
I don't know. This still seems very weird to me.
So did you tell your parents about all this?
No, I haven't told anybody. You're the only person who knows, and it was an accident. It was a genuine mistake. I didn't mean to do any of this. I didn't mean to shoot him.
Well, look, I am sorry for everything that you had to go through, okay? I really am.
But I'm sorry, but
Now,
Janice is going to jail.
the unfortunate truth is that I do have a job that I have to do, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that means that we do have to take you into custody. Now, you will be able to, explain all of this in court, and I do hope that things will actually, go your way. I do. All right, but for now, yeah, I need you to stand up, all right? I need you to stand up for me, okay? I need you to turn around, okay? I need you to put your hands directly behind your back, all right? You stay just like that, Rebecca.
Imagine she freaks out and is like, yeah!
All right, you can sit down.
mean to do this. I'm sorry. It was an accident. And you have to believe me when I say that.
I know.
It's not
I know.
up to me. Sorry.
Now, I am going to go get some officers, okay? And they will be able to escort you out of here properly, all right? All right.
Okay. That's fun.
Well, it looks like we successfully solved this case, huh? Great job.
I still don't believe.
All your hard work today really paid off.
I don't believe any of that shit.
But wow, if she was telling the truth just now, then what happened to her is pretty screwed up, and sadly something she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life. But again, that's if she was actually telling the truth. Was it self-defense? I have no idea. The only person that knows that for sure is Rebecca herself. But what we do know is that she is the one that pulled the trigger that killed Daniel Murphy. The rest is up to the courts to decide. Again, great job. Thank you. All right. Until next time, my friend. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Still gonna say 2 out of 6. Yes, we'll reveal spoilers. Well, I'm not gonna replay the game, so there are these are your individual interview results. Incorrect. Janice was correct, and Janice was correct. So I don't know what this means. I don't know what that means. Okay, well, that was that game. I think that something is, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel like that story doesn't sit well with me. Like, just the way that it was written. It feels weird and off. You know what I mean? Maybe no, I don't know. Quit. Yes. I also didn't unlock all of the achievements. Crazy. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, that was that game. Wow, we really went for the full. I needed to finish that in 2 parts. But I'm glad that I did, and thank you for sticking around. I know that was quite a slog, and not normally I don't stream this long. Alder says, I don't think it was an accident. I think she killed him to protect her mom. I mean, it's so easy to be like, it was an accident. I didn't mean to, blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, like anything is such an easy cop-out when the victim can't speak, right? Like, it's like so easy to say that. So, yeah, you very well could be right that she probably did it to protect her mom because she didn't want to see her mom get beat up anymore. So anyway, so that was Case Files Behind Closed Doors. So thank you guys so much for joining and going on this lovely journey with me. If you are watching, you don't already follow me, please go ahead, hit the follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. I stream nowadays on Fridays. It's between 5:30 and 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. 2 ways you could support the channel. You can subscribe and join my Patreon, which supports me in this channel as well, and my music, which also very important. Thank you again for joining, sticking around for almost 5 hours, which is crazy, or 4.5 hours, I guess. I hope you have a good evening, rest of your weekend, long weekend here in Canada anyways. And next week we will be playing Banishers. I always forget the fucking name of this freaking game. Banishers Ghosts of New Eden on the 23rd. Then we will have another FMV Friday on the last Friday of May. Hopefully it will come out. And yeah, I haven't really found anything else actually, no, we will likely play Horizon Zero Dawn for most of June. So if it's good, I heard it was good. Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West. Sorry, it's the new one, the latest one, which I have not played yet. Very excited to jump into that, and I could try and program a little bit more for the summer because I haven't done much of that aside from Tales of the Shire, which comes out July 31st. So there's that. Anyways, so thank you so much for joining again. We will see you soon. Have a good weekend. And yes, we'll see you on Friday. Bye.